Good time zone besties. How's everybody doing this morning? Or whatever time it is wherever you are, because it's not morning for everybody. It's morning for me. How is everybody doing today? I shall be, and am in the middle of the process of, talking about 1,043 things with you guys today. Mars is seated and ready, has a muffin and a nice tall glass of water. Madison's got coffee. I've got coffee. The bad part about this coffee cup is you just see like a black coffee cup, but it actually says, "Hocus pocus, I need more coffee to focus." So, just saying. Good morning to Neil. Good morning, Julie. Not gonna lie, it's been a rough morning, but we move. We do. And you know what? There's going to be plenty of time to turn things around. Like maybe you'll find a book that you really want to read, or you'll see Raja. I mean, there's so many things that could happen that could turn the morning around. So Raja could share her butthole with the world. Nobody wants to see that, Raj. I don't have a shadow box to put over your butthole. Tennille has water, and we'll have breakfast at some point. I also will have breakfast at some point. Julie has coffee and a croissant. Raja. She's being Raja, obviously. We do have, if only I could pet the pretty kitty. Her fur is really soft. She's a very soft kitty. She likes to cuddle. I am sure that I have told you this before, but like I am a side sleeper, and about 50% of the time at night when I wake up in the morning, she has like came in, I'm sleeping on my side. She's come in and she'll like weasel her way in between my arms. And so I'm just hugging her when I wake up. So she is very cuddly. And she's also a heinous bitch. So you just kind of have to take it as it comes. She did make the jump, and she didn't climb over my computer to do it because my laptop sits right here. And she will walk across my laptop to jump up there. And it is not fun. It's not fun for me. I woke up early to go shopping. I'm here for my adult gold star sticker. Everybody gets gold stickers for being here today, regardless of what time it is, where you is. Just say. But today we will be going through, I have banners prepared. We'll be going through books for vlogs that were dead on arrival, meaning I started a vlog, it never got finished. Currently discussing spooky arcs from 2024. I had a video that I was doing 4 spooky arcs for 2024, and I had like 6 of them picked out, and I read them all, but I didn't. It was during the shingles madness, so I didn't film all of it. There is one that I filmed for sure while I had shingles, and I left all of the bloopers in just for you guys. December wrap up, Bingo Board from Hell, 2024 stats, best books of 2024. My 2025 bingo board from hell, what my goals are going to be for 2025. And also, Brie at Four Paws in a Book has a 25 and 25. And I'm doing a hard mode version where I'm going to do as many as I can with arcs that I have, because I have a bunch of arcs, both for last year that are still back from like August, September on, and then a bunch for this year that are clear out into August and September. So we're going to go over the arcs on my TBR as well. For books for vlogs that are DOA, I believe I have one. Where's my list? Yeah, I have one of those that I have video clips for. And so what I did was I have 3 books that I have video clips for. And what I did was I went and I edited those video clips into a video, and I'm going to share those with you guys when we go to talk about those books. The longest one is for one of my best books of the year, but we're going to go ahead and show it during the spooky arcs section. And it is 15 minutes long, and we're just going to treat those like a premiere. So I will play them for you on screen, and then we can just chat about them in the chat while they're playing. It's also when I'll be eating my breakfast and probably getting some things together that I have not yet got together. So we have 3 of those, and those will be in the first 2 sections, I believe. Yeah, first 2 sections. So we have that going on as well. I don't need this banner right now because we're not here yet. We're still chatting. She'll wait for the moment to push stuff off the shelf. Surely. She actually just left and went to attack her sister. So, but yes, there's a shelf. It's only like this high, and so that's where I stack all of my tarot cards, my oracle cards, my runes, all of that stuff. And she likes to just be on the shelf above it, and she reaches her arm down and just pulls everything out and flings it out. Because cats with claws are the devil because they can grab onto things. It's a mess. She's a mess. And then I have to I'm looking for something. I'm like, where is this thing that I can't find? And it's like clear back down behind my laptop. And Jacob is a side sleeper, but Gremlin makes him lie on his stomach so she can sleep on the small of his back. Merlin will also do that if I am sleeping on my stomach. She will lay on Merlin sleeps on my hip if I'm sleeping on my side. But if I am sleeping on my back, she will. Or if I'm sleeping on my stomach, she will lay on my back. If I'm sleeping on my back, she doesn't sleep with me. She's wild. And they also don't like to be in the bed at the same time. Most nights, if one of them is in the bed, the other one will not get in the bed. So they're weird. All the good content, yes. Catching up on everything. But I just want a clean slate for February, and I don't have the time or mental energy to film and edit all of these videos. I got so far behind that it just became like a very daunting task, and I was like, I don't want to do any of this. But I want a place where it's all at so that if someone asks about something, we can say, okay, go back to here. And so I can have a place for everything. I will be adding links to the description box later because there are some things we're going to talk about that we're going to need links for. So if you're watching on the replay, those should be down there for you already. Also, in theory, I will add chapters to this. I say that a lot and I don't go back and do it. In theory, there will be chapters. So you can skip around to whatever video you want if you're watching on replay. Or if you're just jumping in and out during the day, because I don't know how long we're going to be here. And I don't expect you all to be here the whole time because I could be here for 4 hours. Who knows? Just how it's going. Yeah, I have so many. I have so many arcs. And so I know that there are some that I probably won't get with an arc because we'll talk about this later, but whatever. The one that I think will probably be the hardest is one with a snake on the cover because I'm not going to request an arc just because it has a snake on the cover to fill that prompt. I will fill that prompt with another book, probably a new release. So something like that I didn't have an arc of, but is a new release for the year or last year. But if I have an arc for it, I'm going to try to do as many as possible. It's a thing. That's what we're going with. So let us start with, I don't know that this layout is the layout that we need for today, but I'm going to keep it for now. Let us start with books for vlogs that are dead on arrival. These are actually both for the same vlog because I never finished the third book. I started it, but I never finished it. And I think I read these in do I have notes of when I actually finished it? This is I finished it January 21st, 2025, and that is not accurate. It was like August, September, around that time period. So the first one is We Used to Live Here. By a person. Who is that book by? Good Lord. Dun, 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 the world might never know. Do you know? Because I don't know. I told you I was not prepared for this. You would think I would be more prepared. I got up early to be prepared, but I fell back asleep, so. Marcus Kluwer. That's what we're going with. Marcus Kluwer. And this is one that I do have a video for. I don't know how long it is. The internet will tell me. It is 6 minutes and 12 seconds. So I am going to pull that up. Stop. Did I just upload these to YouTube and private them so that I could just share the screen? And where am I? There I am. Man, I get lost sometimes, you know. This is the one we want. Share. We want her in full screen mode. We want to add her to. There we go. And then check and see what speed it's at. Okay. Wait, did I check it? Or did I check the thing below it? Anywho, so we're going to start with, we're going to tart. Getting lost in open tabs and apps is so real. It is. It really is. But yeah, we're going to start with We Used to Live Here by Marcus Kluwer, which is the first thing that I read for the vlog was for books like House of Leaves. And so I was reading books that were recommended to me by either various people or articles on the internet. So these books are supposed to be like House of Leaves. I think I edited most of like the comparisons and stuff out because they would have been 45 minutes long and nobody wants that. Maybe Raja wants that. Hello? Hi, buddy. What are you doing? Anywho, I'm going to swap us. Pachill. And feel free, like I said, we'll treat these as a premiere. We will watch them on screen and chat about them in the chat. Except I actually think I want to do that one. Yeah, that's what I want to do because you don't need to see my face. Also, because I have some things I need to do behind the scenes while we watch this. Okay. Anywho, I'm going to hit the play button and we're going to watch my We Used to Live Here part. I need to mute myself also. Mute me. I'm going to read this synopsis to you from Goodreads, including the bit above it where they talk about what to expect from it in the future. Get Out meets Parasite in this eerily haunting debut and Reddit hit. It's a Reddit hit. Soon to be a Netflix original movie starring Blake Lively about two homeowners whose lives are turned upside down when the house's previous residents unexpectedly visit. As a young queer couple who flip houses, Charlie and Eve can't believe that the killer deal they've just gotten on an old house in a picturesque neighborhood. As they're working in the house one day, there's a knock on the door. A man stands there with his family, claiming to have lived there years before, and asking if it would be all right if he showed the kids around. People pleaser to a fault, Eve lets them in. As soon as the strangers enter their home, uncanny and inexplicable things start happening, including the family's youngest child going missing and a ghostly presence materializing in the basement. Even more weird, the family can't seem to take the hint that their visit should be over. And when Charlie suddenly vanishes, Eve slowly loses her grip on reality. Something is terribly wrong with the house and with the visiting family. Or is Eve just imagining things? So that's pretty much it. At the beginning of this, it really does start off as Eve is at home by herself. Charlie is either at work or out getting things for the house. It is wintertime. It is not great outside. This man named Thomas and his wife, Paige, and their 3 children show up at the door and are like, yo, I used to live here. Thomas, of course. I used to live here. We're moving cross country, and I really wanted to stop and let the kids see where I grew up at. Would it be okay if I came in with my family? First off, the answer is no. The answer is always no. If strangers show up at your door and they want to come inside your house because they used to live there, the answer is no, especially if you are a woman at home alone. That is a huge no. I don't care. Unless you know that person, or like they come with the realtor who sold you the house, or like there's multiple people at your house when they show up. Being home alone and 5 people showing up at your door, even though there are children with them, just because there are children doesn't mean that they are trustable, because that's how people reel you in. They bring children. No, that's a huge no. But she lets them in. He's like, just 10 minutes. I just want to show the kids around. And he like walks through and is talking about all these things that have changed in the house, but he hasn't lived there for 40 years, supposedly. He like moved out when he was 8. And he's like talking about all of these things that are different. And like the patterns that his sister and his mom drew on the molding and the antler chandelier that his dad built, and just like all of these different things. And she's really trying to get them out of the house, but lo and behold, they don't leave. And then her girlfriend Charlie shows up, and Charlie is like, why the fuck are these people in my house? And they're like, well, you know, Charlie invites them to have dinner with them. No, I think they get stuck where they are, like this, they get snowed in. So it does have like an isolation setting, because it is, they're on a lot of acreage. They live back a long driveway. There's only one road in or out, because it like backs up against like a mountain of some sort. So there's only one bridge in or out, and the bridge often gets closed when it's extra snowy. So the bridge closes, the people get stuck there for the night. The next morning the bridge is open, but when Eve wakes up, Charlie is gone. She has like decided that she needed to go somewhere, but she didn't tell Eve any of this, and the people are still there, and it's like this whole thing that just kind of goes on from there. I ended up giving this a 2.5 out of 5 stars. And I feel like that's generous. I was not having a time. Here's the thing. If you're a person who needs to have things explained to you, this is not a book you're going to enjoy, because at no point are things ever explained to you, not even in like the slightest bit of like the slightest minute of anything. You don't know. Me, as having read this book, just finished it maybe a half hour ago, I don't know if anything in the book is real or why any of the things that happened. It does have like little snippets of interviews and things throughout it, but everything is redacted, like all of the dates and names and information and everything is redacted. And that kind of leads to like, why are they redacting the dates? Oh, to keep you confused? Cool. This to me is like some man's version of being like, let me be smarter than you, and I'm going to make this really intricate story and make it so cool, and everybody's going to love me. But like, you have to be given something. Otherwise, it's a waste of your time. And in my opinion, this book was a giant waste of time. So this book has a 3.82 on Goodreads, which is insane to me. I have friends that have given it 3 stars, 2 stars. One of my friends' review just says, 4 days of my life I'll never get back. And you know what? I agree, except I think I only read it for 3 days. But I have friends that have given it 5 stars and 4 and 3. But then someone else rated it 4.5 stars and said this was so good, it genuinely scared me. But I have so many questions. Literally got to the end and said, where's the rest? Exactly. That's my point, is that there is no rest. There is no story. This is like a half of a book. Like, there is so much at the back end. You get this like completely linear, normal story that has like a vaguely creepy vibe, but really the people are just annoying. They're not even really creepy. It's just like, you should have kicked these people out. First off, you should have never let those people in your house. Second off, you should have kicked them out the second you could. Third of off, like, it's just this weird linear story up until that point, and then it just goes completely off the rails for no reason. And even Eve, at one point, when she's talking about how people think that she is cuckoo cuckoo, she's like, well, that's not how a psychotic break happens. Like, there's something that leads up to it. You don't just automatically everything change. But that's exactly what happened in the book. Everything changed. Like, you just were one way, and then all of a sudden it was a completely different way. And I don't know what the fuck happened. Did it give me a creepy vibe? Middling of a creepy vibe. It's going to be a 2-star for me. And hopefully, if you've read it, you liked it better than I did, or maybe you're still interested in reading it and you enjoy it. I don't know. But this was not it. Boop, boop. We're back. Okay. So that was basically how I felt about our friend, Lord and Savior. We used to live here. Since I have read that, I have 3 friends who DNF'd it. So I'm just saying, like, a big oof. Yeah. It was a great time. It was a great time for absolutely nobody, but you know how I feel about it now. So you know how Raja feels about it too, huh? Yeah, baby kitty. You being a cookie cat. She just cuddling. She just a little cuddling, baby. Let's see. What are we going to talk about next? The next book that we're going to talk about is going to be... I need to upload a media asset. Un momento, por favor. Doot. Oh, well. Guess it would have helped if I uploaded that with a transparent background, probably. Just a guess. Have any of you read We Used to Live Here? Or is it on your TBR? Has my telling you how terrible of a time I had, does that make you want to read it less or more? Because, curious minds want to know. Delete that. Try again. I'm winning today, y'all. Winning the game. There we go. Yeah, I haven't heard good things about that one. There are so many people that love it. What is its Goodreads golden rating now? Therein lies a good question. We used to live here. Because at the time it was 3.8. It's 3.73. So it's went down a little bit, but not much. Ouch, your claw is getting me. I know we just cut them like yesterday or the day before, but that one hurt. Not on the TBR. It seems like I'll just be keeping it that way. That is fair. Absolutely fair. So the next book that we're going to talk about is episode 13, which was also for that video of books like House of Leaves. This one has a 3.5 rating on Goodreads, and it is, let me just read this here Goodreads description for you. Fade to Black is the newest hit ghost hunting reality TV show led by husband and wife team Matt and Claire Kirkland. It delivers weekly hauntings investigated by a dedicated team of ghost hunting experts. Episode 13 takes them to every ghost hunter's holy grail, the Paranormal Research Foundation. This brooding, derelict mansion holds secrets and clues about bizarre experiments that took place there in the 1970s. It's also famously haunted, and the team hopes their scientific techniques and high-tech gear will prove. They hope that it'll prove? Sure. But as the house begins to reveal itself to them, proof of an afterlife might not be everything Matt dreamed of. A story told in broken pieces in tapes, journals, correspondence. This is a story of episode 13 and how everything went terribly, horribly wrong. I do have friends who have read this. Most of them have given it 4 or 5 stars. There are a couple. There's 1 2-star and 1 3-star, but most of 2 5 stars, 2 4 stars. There's some other 4s and 3s in the where they rated it but didn't leave a comment section, and there's a lot in there. But I gave this 4 stars, and I think this is the closest that I have ever read to anything that's like House of Leaves. If you've read House of Leaves, it's a hot mess. It's epistolary, everything. It's all over the place. But this one starts out with the paranormal investigation group going to this house or the Paranormal Research Foundation. And things really feel like they start off kind of stilted, but it's because you're learning about the characters and their past history with the paranormal. So I think there's 5 main, 1, 2, I think it's 5 main characters. That sounds right. It might be 6, but I think it's 5. It's been a while since I read it. It was October of last year. But the husband and wife team, the husband believes in the paranormal because he had a imaginary friend when he was a kid who actually ended up being a little girl that his mother knew that had died when they were children. And then the wife is a scientist, and she does not believe in any kind of paranormal stuff at all. And the people who are there, the other 3, one is like an ex-police officer who has like all kinds of military training and stuff, that he's like the super, like, he went on a call and saw some shit that didn't make any sense to him, and it made him believe in demons. And then I know there's another guy, and I know there are 2 guys, and I can't remember the other guy, his story. Again, it's been, like, 5 months since I read this. And then there is a much younger girl who is there who really, she has a daughter, and her daughter is young, and her daughter's with her sister while she's doing these research things, and she's really just there for a job. She doesn't really care about whether the paranormal is real or not. She's just there for cash dollar bills. Good morning, Bree. We're having a chatty chat about books and things, but I wish you all of the best luck with filming, because Lord knows I need to do some of that, and that's why we're here. But yeah, so there's like, I think there's a 6th character because they send a guy to the studio to turn in a bunch of films one day. So I think there is another guy. But again, it's been several months since I read it. But the beginning part of it, there's like some stuff that's kind of weird happening, but it's not anything that they can't really explain. If you ever watched the original, like, beginning episodes of the Ghost Hunters TV show, like in the early 2000s, where they would go into a house and like investigate the claims, and a lot of it was just like sounds or things that could be easily explained by recreation of like plumbing or electrical issues, things like that. That's kind of how this started out. It was like, this thing happened, but there's many reasons why this could happen. Here's our idea of what this is. But then things get weirder and weirder as time goes on. And at some point in the book, they find this well, and they send somebody down into the well, and that's when shit gets weird. And once shit gets weird, it stays weird. And it is, the back half of this book is like so much weird stuff happening, but it makes sense. And that is where this book differs from We Used to Live Here. We Used to Live Here, I could not follow along with anything that was happening. Like, it did not make any sense to me. Like, it was just, it was so, it's not even that things weren't explained, because things weren't really explained in episode 13 either. It's just the way it's written is so different. It's written in a way that you're actually there and experiencing it, and you feel like you're in the moment, versus in We Used to Live Here, where you feel like you're being told the story, but so much of it is missing that none of it really matters, if that makes sense. So episode 13 was really, really good. I did really enjoy it. I had a fantastic time, like, going through the back half of this and like wondering what was going to happen to these characters. And it definitely has the vibes of House of Leaves. So if you have read House of Leaves, or if you have seen House of Leaves and you're like, I don't know if this is a book I should read because this seems difficult, because it is a difficult read as far as like just the actual physicality of reading it, I would suggest starting with episode 13 and seeing how you like the weird bits in the back half of it. It does go into detail about the afterlife and what the scientific progression of all of that is. And there is a lot of like very emotional scenes in the back half of this book. It was really well done. It was very well done. I did really like it. It's on my best books of the year list. I don't remember which section of the best books of the year it's in, but it is on the list. So, just so we're all aware. It is somewhere. I don't know. Anyway, I had a fantastic time. It was a great book. Highly recommend. Such a good time. That concludes our portion of the video where we are discussing, or the live, where we're discussing books for vlogs that are DOA, because that was it. It was just that one vlog. The other book that I was going to read for that is a horror movie. Does that sound right? It's on this list, Jessica. You can just read it. It was indeed horror movie. I started it and wasn't having a good time, but again, it's while I was having shingles, so things were not fun. Yeah, it was fun. It was a really good time. I do recommend. I know that Mars has a copy of House of Leaves, and does plan to read it someday. So if you like it, or if you are still scared of it, I recommend starting with episode 13. So good. We love it. Now we're going to talk about spooky arcs from 2024 that I read that I never reviewed, which is awful. We are going to start with How to Solve Your Own Murder by somebody whose last name is Perrin, I think. Yep, Kristen Perrin. See, I knew what I was talking about. This is one that I also have. I did read it at about this time last year, actually. Well, then where have I been? I remember you getting it. I don't remember you reading it. Ma'am, you are cutting the crap out of my arm, and you're going to have to go away if you don't stop. So I suggest you find a better way to lay down. Drown me in a river. See how little I know? Anyway, did you like it? Was it good? Did you rate it? The whole world wants to know. Bam. You're really digging into my armor, kid. Blame the shingles. I'll blame the shingles. It wasn't this time. It wasn't this time last year that I had the shingles, but I will blame it on them. Love weird shit. Listen, episode 13. Read it. Not exceptional, but entertaining. Well, let me tell you, you're in for a trip. This next one we have a video for, which is why we're going to watch it first, and then we'll talk about the other 3 or 4, however many there are, and then we'll watch the one for Looking for Smoke, which also has a video for. This video is 9 minutes and 44 seconds, and a good 4-ish minutes of that is me with shingles, and I am so unhinged. This is why I tell you that there's so much that I don't remember about these books or about this time period, and you'll see why. Because A, I have shingles, I am in excruciating pain, and B, I am on a nerve painkiller, and that shit makes me loopy as fuck. So I'm just saying, it was a time. I'm gonna put this here banner up. I'm going to do this thing over here where we do this thing. How to solve your own murder. Maybe. And we're going to share. All the screen's not shared anymore because it's a thing with a thing. It's fine. Okay. Be back in a minute. I am currently at the 15-ish% mark of How to Catch Your Own Murder. And I'm not really having a great time so far. We're getting 2 time periods, though most of it is in present. We are also getting some of the past. It seems like the lady who is going to be murdered is in the 60s, and then we're following her great niece in present day. However, I have not found any clues to anything to tell me who is who. Like as I'm listening, I easily forget which time period we're in. I forget who all the characters are. They're just very cardboard and stilty and there. I have no reason. I have no reason to believe that any of these people are a different person so far, other than this one lady who's kind of like a raging bitch. Like her, I know, and everyone else is just kind of there. So, not really sure what's going on. Not really sure how I'm enjoying it. We'll give it another 15% and see if I'm still liking it enough to continue. Focus on me, not the books. I know the books are prettier than me. But could you focus on me? Hello? Do you see me? Focus on me? Hello?
Listen, the camera's not focusing on me, so I'm just going to give you like some bookshelves and part of my face anyway. Also, I still currently have shingles. 10 out of 10 do not recommend. So I look like hell because I am in pain. This is day 12 of just constant nerve pain in my, well, not my entire torso, technically, only the right half of my torso. But I don't know if you know anything about me, but I'm fat and I got a lot of torso. I'm in a lot of pain. So, yeah, that's me. I am currently at 25% in this book, and I am A, not having a good time, and B, kind of pissed off. Really though, why won't you focus on me? You have the box around my face saying that you know that I am the main feature. Why can't you focus? Like, what is going on? Hello? Oh, hi, there I am. I want you to know that I just actually had to go and like turn off the camera, fuck with functions to come back to you so that you can actually see my face. Anywho, so we've gotten to, I guess I should explain this book a little. Yeah? Okay. So basically 2 timelines, which we discussed. Modern timeline, they're going to their lady's great aunt's house because she wants to read her will before she's dead so she could explain why she's doing what she's doing, which doesn't make any fucking sense, but whatever. I'm just here for the ride. They're like supposed to meet in town, but then the old lady calls and says her car's not working, so they go to her house, or her house is locked and no one's answering the door. They talk to the gardener who's there. There's like some sketchy things going on as far as like who's already been there during the day, where the old lady maybe has been during the day. They're discussing some of that. Basically, they have found the old lady and she has died, which we knew was going to happen from the synopsis of the book, so I don't feel like that is a spoiler. Things happen. They remove the body, the police investigate, blah, 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 whatever. The niece, the great niece, thinks she finds the murder weapon, though we're not 100% sure that it's a murder. Basically, they are taking the old lady back for like an autopsy because they think she died of natural causes. But there are some questionable things about her body. So the great niece thinks she finds the murder weapon, at which point you and I and every other person on the planet would call the cops and be like, yo, I'm at my great aunt's house, which first off probably should be considered a crime scene and therefore no one should be there, but what do I know? But like, yo, I'm at my aunt's house and I think I found the murder weapon. That's what you would do, right? No, she, with her bare hands, picks up what she believes is the murder weapon, puts it in her backpack, and takes it to the police station. I'm sorry, what? Like, this is a woman who is trying to be like a murder mystery writer. Like, she's trying to write murder mysteries. That's like her goal as a job. And that's like basic murder 101. If a crime has happened, you touch fucking nothing. Because if for some reason that would go to court, you know, they say, oh, well, this, you know, this thing is what killed her and this thing belonged to this person or whatever. There's no proof of how that got into evidence. There's no proof that it was ever even in her house, that she ever even seen it, that she ever even looked at it, because your dumbass picked it up, removed it from the crime scene, and took it to the police station. And therefore it cannot be admitted as evidence in her murder. So if it in fact is the murder weapon, there is no way to prove that it was the murder weapon because it technically, legally, never existed within the same space as this woman. So that's where I'm at in the book. I listened while I was making dinner and trying to ignore, the torso pain. It's constant, but then like also occasionally will stab me. It's great. Highly do not recommend. But yeah, so like, I don't know. It's rated so highly on Goodreads. It's got like a 3.8. I have 2 mutuals who have read it, and they like one gave it a 3-star and one gave it a 5-star. Is it worth continuing to read? My new favorite thing is when I'm not deciding how I like a book to read some of the 1-star reviews. I attempt to avoid spoilers when it's one that I haven't decided if I'm going to DNF or not. If I'm for sure that I'm going to DNF it, I will read the spoilers. But if I haven't decided if I'm going to DNF or not, I try to avoid spoilers. The very first one on Goodreads says, "This book is apparently the start of a series," which feels like a threat. And like, I don't know who that person is, but I want to be their friend. So I really don't like the past point of view. I have no idea who any of them bitches are. Like, it's all just, they're all the same person. They're so cardboard cutout-y that they're all the same. Like, I have to wait until someone says a name and then try to remember who the name is because I have no clue. These are all the same bitch. They're not even in a different font. Like, it's all just the same bitch. Obviously, will definitely never be a 5-star. I'm going to give it 10% more before I decide if I'm just going to chuck it out the window. And I know you guys know me, and you know that I am a DNF queen, and I will DNF in the middle of a fucking sentence. I do not give a shit. I will DNF on page 2. I will DNF at 93%. I give no fucks. But I'm trying to be a little more friendly right now with the books that I'm picking, because I don't know if it's because I'm genuinely not enjoying it or if it's because I'm in so much pain that I'm not going to enjoy anything. So because it has high reviews, or at least a good high review percentage, I'm going to give it to the 35% mark before I decide to just completely eat it out the window. I feel like 35% is a good enough decision if I am actually enjoying it or not, and whether it's just the pain that makes me not want to continue reading it. Because it's hard to enjoy things when you're in pain. So I feel like no matter what it was, I would be struggling right now. I'll give it another 10%. We'll see what happens. Okay, guys, I have taken this book as long as I possibly can. I am at 43%, and I am DNFing. I have not even decided to look to see who the killer is. I don't even care anymore. We've reached a point in the book where we've just now, at 42%, reached something that's moving the plot forward, and I just don't even care. I give 0 fucks. I don't care who the killer is. I don't care why they did it. I don't care who the killer was in the past, or if there was a killer in the past because one of the girls went missing in the past. The past point of view, no cares. And it's because the characters are all the same character. Like, they're just there. There's nothing interesting, nothing that tells them apart from one another. There's no anything. Like, it's not for me. It's a no from me, dog, as our friend Randy Jackson would say. I'm passing on that one.
Obviously, I liked that one so much. Yeah. This was me in my while I was going crazy. These clips were literally the reason why I was like, I should go ahead and just share what I have of these videos, even though I didn't finish them, because it was so crazy that I was like, I absolutely have to share this with the people. So I clearly, if you had to interact with me during September, October, August, September, October, when I had shingles, God bless you, because whew, it was a time. Yeah, fingerprint stuff. Like, she found what she thought was a murder weapon, and she was just like, I'm going to take this to the police office. I'm glad I could give you all some cackling. I gave it 3.5 and was entertained, but hoping the next book improves. I think it was a debut. It may be, and that's why I read so much of it, because normally I try to be more lenient with the debut, and I tried to be more lenient with things when I was in the wonderful time period of shingles, but it still didn't interest me very much, and I just really didn't like the main character, and I didn't know who any of the bitches from the past were, because they were not even in a different font. There was one that, like, I could remember better because she was more bitchy than the rest of them, Raja, you can't lay on the keyboard, honey, because then our friends will like probably get kicked out, and we don't want that. But yeah, they were definitely not the vibe or the time. I love to read 2-star reviews when I'm trying to continue. They aren't usually angry, just disappointed. Yeah, the thing about reading 1-star reviews is like if it's a sentence, I don't necessarily read it. It's when it's like a wall of paragraph where I'm like, oh, this is going to be good, because they are angry and they are making fun of it, and it is a grand time. Like I said, the one review literally is just like, this is the start of a series and that sounds like a threat. And I'm like, absolutely, it does sound like a threat. So, you know, it was again a time. We can now discuss the next book, and I made the things, and I also didn't even mess it up. Look at me go. Okay. Next is You'd Look Better as a Ghost by Joanna Wallace. I also DNF'd this one at 50%. It is supposedly a comic thriller following the trials and tribulations of Claire, a part-time serial killer who is keen to keep her favorite hobby a secret despite the efforts of a determined blackmailer. The night after her father's funeral, Claire meets Lucas in a bar. Lucas doesn't know it, but it's not a chance meeting. One thoughtless mistyped email has put him in the crosshairs of an extremely put-out serial killer. But before they make eye contact, before Claire lets him buy her a drink, even before she takes him home and carves him up into little pieces, something about that night is very wrong, because someone is watching Claire, someone who is about to discover her murderous little hobby. The thing is, it's not sensible to tangle with a part-time serial killer, even one who's distracted by attending a weekly bereavement support group and trying to get her art career off the ground. Will Claire finish off her blackmailer before her pursuer reveals all? Let the games begin. And it sounded like it was going to be so good. But it definitely was not. The review that I wrote at 50% is, this was not darkly humorous or interesting in any way that it was sold to me. Typically, I like getting the point of view of a serial killer because I like getting the inner workings of their minds, but my God, this MC was just a stale saltine cracker. Add that to the fact that there wasn't a single likable character and the narration was dreadfully dull. And you have the perfect recipe for a book that I have no idea how I managed to make it past 10%. This has a review on Goodreads of 3.64. So higher than episode 13, but episode 13 was fantastic. Yeah, murderous little hobby does make it sound interesting and promising, but it was not. I think in the 50% that I watched, we got to see her kill 2 people in the beginning-ish, and then there was definitely some murdery things going on in the middle when I DNF'd. But it was like, she's being blackmailed. But I think I was on to like the second or third blackmailer when I was like, I'm done. Like, it's, to me, it's just like, she's one of those people who, like, if you cut her off in the coffee line at the coffee shop, she like investigates you and learns everything about you, and then she kills you. And it's just not, like, she kills people for the stupidest reasons. I mean, this guy mistyped an email. She was not the thing. It was not it. I was not interested. Right. She's not very stealthy. She's not doing great. And like, there's a person that she kills at her house, and she just leaves his body there for multiple days, like out in the open where anybody who knocks on the front door and opens the door can see him. And I'm just like, she's so nonchalant about everything. And like, sure, maybe she's a psychopath, but like, those are the people that get caught. Those are not the people who don't get caught. Like, you don't know, like, if somebody saw something suspicious happen, or if that person that you killed, like, they told their family member that they were going out with this person and they haven't been seen for 6 days. And so the police come to your house for a welfare check or to ask if, what happened when you see them, and they open the door and there they are lying dead on the floor. Like, it didn't make any sense. And I feel like that's kind of the along with like How to Solve Your Own Murder and then some other things as well. It's so weird to me that we have writers who are writing books about like serial killers and murderers and all this, and a lot of times that character is supposed to have a lot of knowledge about the genre, and they do the dumbest fucking things, and we're supposed to as readers find it interesting or entertaining or like it's such a good mystery, whereas I'm just out here like that was the stupidest thing you ever could have done. So it, again, not the vibe, not the time. Was there any good 1-star reviews that we should share with the class? Let's see. Yes, see? I've read eulogies more exciting and more thought out than this book. It's like it was written by a 13-year-old who just watched Dexter for the first time, and I agree with that. That is the perfect way to describe this book. Perfect. I love this person. Nicole, whoever you are, I see you. Can we be friends? Because that was fantastic. That is like the most like best review ever. Reminds me of Mayfly. I DNF'd the other day. Yes, you did discuss that you had DNF'd that. And then, yesterday you read a 400-page book in like 10 hours. So you're crushing it. Next book. Nightmare of a Trip by Maureen Kilmer. This is my third. I don't know how many Maureen Kilmers I'm on. I don't know if this was 2 or 3 or 57. I've read multiple, 3 or less. I've read 3 or less. And they're all okay. This is a 3.4 on Goodreads. It is coined as a horror-tinged National Lampoon's This is one family getaway they'll never forget. That's what it says. This sentence does not make any sense, but that is what it says. Lee Somerset wants to spend some quality time with her kids before they grow up, and her husband has always fancied himself sort of a Clark Griswold figure. So the Somersets will be spending their family vacation on the road, driving from suburban Milwaukee to Orlando, Florida. Already off to a rocky start when they stumble upon an abandoned half-burned farmhouse in Indiana, the Somersets inadvertently unleash an eerie past that will follow them the rest of their trip from creepy indoor water parks to paranormal activity-plagued Cracker Barrels. It's one thing after another in the pursuit of a great American summer road trip. Will the Somersets be able to shake these bad vibes and get on with their family bonding, or will the road less traveled become the highway to hell? I was described as Patrick Bateman, but he's a manic pixie girl. I mean, we love that. Yeah, she just runs away sometimes. Sorry. She's evil. I give this a 3.25 out of 5 stars. And my review that I 100% agree with to this day says, I'm not really sure what to do with Kilmer's books. They're not really horror, not really women's fiction. They're genre fiction, but who knows what genre. They're just a story that somewhat meanders and things happen. It's not bad. It's just also not great. I liked the overall vibe of this one, but nothing outstanding happened. I'll probably forget it by tomorrow. And I have forgotten it by tomorrow. I remember that the family goes on this trip. They get stopped by like the mom's friends on the way out of town, like multiple times, just trying to leave town. So they are starting out late on their trip. They end up taking this back road somewhere. Somehow they end up on a road that they never expected to end up on. And they get to this abandoned, half burnt out farmhouse in the middle of nowhere that they get out to investigate because there was a kid in the road and the kid ran to the house. And so they're like trying to figure out where this kid came from. Spoiler alert, he's a ghost. I don't know. It was I gave it a 3.25, so a 3-star. It was fine. And that is pretty much how I feel about most of Kilmer's books that I have read so far. They have like a spooky element to them. and they have even like a middling horror element a little, but they are also very women's fictiony. They're very much like older female protagonists, which I love, but they are dealing with like big life changes and things that are happening. And so it feels like it has like a women's fiction vibe because it's very much about like finding yourself and doing these things. Also, hi now. But then like, I don't know, it just doesn't make the sense. And I haven't figured out what her books are yet. And so far they've all been like 3 to 3.5 stars. Nothing has shocked me out of my boots, but I also don't hate them. So, and I read this one in November, so it was after the shingles had went away. So it wasn't the shingle tinge making it less enjoyable. I legitimately just didn't completely enjoy it. It was fine. It had a good story. It had spooky moments, but I don't know that it's nothing to write home about. Okay, as they say. And our last one that we're going to talk about in this section is An Enchanting Case of Spirits by Melissa Holtz. This has a 3.65 on the Goodreads. And it is it's kind of a paranormal romance, but when you say that something is a paranormal romance, you expect a different thing. Because when I hear paranormal romance, I think like 1990s Anita Blake. Like, I don't think like, urban settings with multiple creepy creatures. That's what my brain thinks. This is a romance. And it's got paranormal elements. Let's go with that. When a 40th birthday celebration leads to a ghostly visitor, 4 friends find themselves navigating surprise mysteries and spiritual hijinks in this clever debut from Melissa Holtz. Alyssa Mann isn't adventurous, not since her husband died, and she found herself the single mom of a teenage daughter. But there's no way to avoid celebrating the big 4-0, so when her best friends drag her out for drinks and a tarot reading, she throws caution to the wind and decides to see what the spirits have to say. It's all fun and games until she wakes up the next morning with a wicked hangover and a ghost perched on the edge of her bed. Sheer panic sends her running to get help from Nick West, the very attractive detective who lives next door. When he finds no one inside, Alyssa has to accept that she really did see a ghost. As the dearly departed keep appearing, Alyssa and her friends do the best to learn how to control her newfound power, trading insults with ghosts, tracking down family heirlooms, and getting closer to the skeptical but helpful Nick is more fun than Alyssa imagined. But when looking into one's ghost past receives unexpected and unwelcomed facts about Alyssa's late husband's death, she discovers she may just be in over her head. Suburban Hell left a lot to be desired too. I think I actually have an arc of Suburban Hell. Maybe that I haven't read yet. Well, maybe not. I thought there was another one in there by her, but I don't. Or maybe I bought it. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. The one I read before was Ghost. Wow, my brain is on another plane right now. Where did I categorize that at? I know I own it. Did I categorize it in romance? What did I do with that? Who knows? Not me. I don't know. It's somewhere. It exists somewhere in this space. Thank you for being here today, as the queen would say. So anyway, An Enchanting Case of Spirits. Where'd it go? I lost it. I gave this a 4-star. 444. 444. Yep, must have been a 4. Here's me going, I wasn't sure what to expect from this book, so let me tell you in case you're interested. Listed in order of how prominent it is in the story. This is primarily a story about a widow learning how to start living again. That's true. She gains the power to see ghosts, a plot device that is not fully explained or explored. There is a murder mystery that runs deep within the backstory of most of the main characters. And finally, there is a slow burn romance with a hunky alpha male detective next door. This was a fun, sexy, no one-page sex, spooky tale that I enjoyed. The murder plot wasn't a giant surprise, but I don't think that was the point of the story, nor was the female main character's ability to see ghosts. This dealt heavily with how to get back into life after grieving the death of a loved one. Our female main character is a few years into her life without her husband, so we don't see the grieving process, but we do see her trying to get back to living. I think the ghosts really do a good job of playing off on that. So yeah, it definitely deals more heavily with, again, the women's fiction of it all. It deals more heavily with her trying to restart her life after her husband has died. And I think it's like 2 years after his death. And so she's trying to learn how to live again. Her friends are like dragging her out. They have this weekly, it starts out being only 2 friends, and then they add a 4th friend in somewhere in the mix. 2 friends, and there's 3 friends. She has 2 friends. It's her 2 friends. They add in another friend later on. It ends up being 4 altogether. I know that was confusing. I'm confused. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. Anywho, there was that thing. And so they discuss like her friends dragging her out of the house and them like making her try to live life again, because they show up for her birthday and she's like, I'm not having this. I'm not leaving the house. I'm staying in, whatever. And everything starts by her seeing a ghost, going to a fortune teller, a tarot card reader, a seance lady. 4 women, 3 friends. Yeah, exactly. She has 3 friends. There are 4 of them all together. Listen, I was confused. I confused myself. If you were able to get there, more power to you, because I struggled. But I did really enjoy this one, and I do plan to read the next book. I think I applied for the arc of the sequel, but did I get it? The world may never know. It is on my list of releases for this year. That's what I was looking up when I pulled out that book, you big dummy head. I was like, what was I looking up again? When I tell you that I am lost. Let's see. We're looking for Melissa Holtz. You could just click on it on Amazon and it'll take you to the next book. You don't have to look it up in your planner, Jessica. That takes too long. Why would you do that? You're on Goodreads. Just click the button again. It's almost like I was prepared for this. The sequel is called A Charming Touch of Tarot, and it's expected to come out in May. So, and it will be following a different one of the friends. And like her things. 3 friends walk into a bar, or 4. Maybe another one is another ghost. The 4th one is actually the seance. Like, what is it called? She's not a fortune teller. She's a medium. That's what it is. You would think that I would know all of these terms, like in the back of my brain, but they're so far back there that I can't access them. I need to take my brain out and turn it around. But yeah, that's the vibe. That's the thing. And then seance lady. Yeah, I mean, I don't even think they call her a medium. I think they call her something else. What do they call her? Or they say she goes to a I'm telling you, just throw me in a river. Oh, she goes for a tarot reading. And she finds a ghost? Sure. Okay. Whatever. Anywho, let us move on. The next thing I have for you is a very long video. It is 15 minutes and 14 seconds. And it is of these for this section. It is also the last video that I have. And it is for Looking for Smoke by K.A. Coble. The fact that I'm holding it should tell you how much I liked it. Right. I don't think that's how tarot readings work. She must be a medium and also read tarot cards. I think. I don't remember. All right. It was, I don't know what month it was. It was November also. That doesn't track. I must have read it earlier and then just put them in November. Who knows? Not me. It may have been November. What do I know? I don't live here inside my brain. Any hoozle. We're going to put this thing on. Nope, not that. We're still here. We want this one on. Thank you, Jessica. Present. Share a screen. Because again, we're not sharing any screens. And we'll be back in 15-ish minutes. And you can watch me scream about this book for 15 minutes. Cool.
I'm at 5% and I have already cried. I've read one chapter and I have already cried. I'm not 100% sure what this book is about. I did not look into that too much. I'm looking it up on Goodreads. I do know that it is considered a young adult mystery thriller. So I'm going to read this to you because I think this is going to be a good one, and I think you guys are going to be interested in it. Since moving to the Blackfeet Reservation with her parents, Mara Reset has felt like an outsider, taunted by her tight-knit classmates for growing up far away. So when a local girl includes Mara in a traditional Blackfeet giveaway to honor her missing sister, Mara thinks she'll finally make some friends. Instead, a girl from the giveaway, Samantha Whitetail, is found murdered. Because of the members of the giveaway group are the last to see Samantha alive, each becomes a person of interest in the investigation. New girl Mara, who hated Samantha for being particularly cruel. Grief-stricken Lauren Arnault, who was Samantha's best friend until her sister's disappearance drove a wedge between them. Class clown Brody Clark, whose unreciprocated crush on Samantha is an open secret. And tough guy Eli Firstkill, who has his own complicated history with Samantha. Despite deep mistrust, the four must now take matters into their own hands and clear their names, even though one of them may be the murderer. In her powerful debut novel, Looking for Smoke, author K.A. Coble, Blackfeet, weaves loss, betrayal, and complex characters into a mystery that will illuminate, surprise, and engage readers until the final word. So this first chapter starts off with Mara's point of view. She is Blackfeet on her father's side. Her mother is white. And they have went to this area on the reservation most of her life for tribal days, where she said she's always felt like kind of an outsider, but her family has recently, within like the last few months, actually moved to the reservation. And even though they are a part of the community now, she still feels like an outsider. The other girls aren't necessarily the kindest to her. So at this celebration, one of the families, the Arnault family, is celebrating the life of their grandfather who had passed away a couple of years prior. And because Lauren's older sister has recently went missing, there is, if you are unaware, a large percentage, one of the highest percentages of missing women in the United States are Indigenous women. It's at a very, very high number. So having a book starting off centering on a missing Indigenous woman and then a murdered Indigenous woman to like try to figure out what's going on. Big deal. But they are doing a giveaway, which rather than like in our society where if someone that you love, if a loved one passes on, someone might give you something, as a grieving gift. The Blackfeet tradition is for the grieving family to give gifts to others in memory of their loved one. So Mara is surprised when the Arnault family, asks for her to come forward, and they give her a gift as well, where she starts to maybe feel like maybe she belongs a little bit. Right as that is happening, we switch point of views from Mara to Brody, and we get kind of a little bit of the backstory of Brody and Sam and Eli and Lauren and Lauren's sister, kind of like getting bits and pieces of the Blackfeet community as he is, familiar with it. The first chapter really doesn't go very far, but it does. It shows so much about the community, and just the setting is done so well, putting you into this celebration and talking about, the traditional garb that everyone is wearing and the dancing that they're doing and the drum playing and just the celebration. To have done that in one chapter, 5% of a book, so good. Like, the writing is so well done. One of the best things I've read in a while, writing wise. This has a 4.28 on Goodreads, but it only has 722 ratings. If the rest of this book goes like the first chapter, I'm probably going to be screaming about it from the rooftops. So be prepared for that. So a thing happened. I was supposed to be coming back to you at like the 25 or 30% mark for Looking for Smoke to update you. And I did not do that. I indeed finished the book. My battery's dying. Great. Okay, now that I have a charged battery, we need to discuss Looking for Smoke by K.A. Coble. When I was at the 5% mark of this book, I was 120% sure that this was going to be my best books of the year. And it absolutely is going to be. This ended up at a full 5 stars. It was one of the most immersive, well written as far as setting and just putting you into this location that I have read in a really long time. And this is a debut novel, which is amazing to get that level of writing craft to make you feel like you are part of the story, like you're sitting there with these people as it's happening. You don't get that very often, and you definitely don't get it very often with a debut. The beginning of the story takes place at this, they're doing like a celebration that they do yearly where they not only do the people on the reservation get together, but also people from the outside come in and they kind of do this like festival thing where people can learn about the traditions and the history of the Blackfeet Nation. And so we're seeing our main characters are kind of in their natural element of doing these traditional dances and singing. Our main character, Mara, even though she feels like she's not really a part of this group, she is called down to receive a gift during this giveaway. The other members of this group are Lauren and Samantha, who are best friends, Brody, and then Eli. And kind of like the dynamics of this group are, again, Mara feels like she doesn't really belong as part of this community. Lauren recently lost her sister. Her sister is the character who has been missing for, I think, about 6 months at this point. Samantha is Lauren's best friend and very popular, also a little bit of a mean girl, not necessarily to other people, but definitely to Mara. And she has kind of pulled herself away from Lauren since Lauren's sister went missing. Brody is what they consider the class clown. He is the one who really just is, he kind of deflects everything just with jokes. There's a lot of history with Lauren and Brody relationship wise. And then there's Eli, who Eli has like this weird backstory where it's him, his younger sister, and his father travels for work a lot. And so Eli basically has had to become a parent to his younger sister. I think she's like 8 or so. And Eli is seen kind of as like very angry, very standoffish, just has a lot about him that kind of just deflects people in general. Very early on in the book, Samantha is found murdered. And so Lauren, Mara, Eli, and Brody are the main suspects in Sam's murder. And then they start to see similarities between what happened to Sam and what happened to Lauren's older sister, who has been missing. And so they kind of start to see if what happened to her sister could also have happened to Sam. There's this whole backstory of these characters and how they are all connected and how their lives are all connected. And we're really just following them, learning more about their backstories as the story moves forward. We're also learning about the past and how their family members have really set the tone for the kind of people that they are. Lauren and her sister both live with their grandmother. Their parents, I believe, are not living. There's a lot here. So it's their parents are the ones that are not living. Eli does not, I don't remember what happened to Eli's mother, but I know that his father had a lot of problems with drugs and travels for work. Brody's parents also are either not living or missing, gone. and his older brother raised him. And then Samantha, I think, has her mom is in the picture. So it's like you're getting these stories, these people, and this is an own voices author. And so you know that she is putting in things that are not necessarily unrealistic of this group of people. It is statistically known that reservations are harder hit by things like drugs, and people oftentimes just kind of give up and leave. And they also often go missing. And throughout the book, you're getting the statistics of the likelihood of a Native woman going missing versus a white woman like myself or any other race of women in the United States and the world. It has an impact to the story, not only just because you're seeing how much this happens, but it also really stresses to you as a reader that this is a real thing. It's not just a story. Even though these characters aren't real, they're stories that are being told. Could it belong to anyone in the Blackfeet Nation? I also think this book has a very small podcast element to it. You get the podcast a few times throughout the book, and I think it really gave Coble the space to talk about both the missing murdered Indigenous women movement and also the Two Feather Project without it feeling like awkwardly put into the story, because the podcast is really, shining this light on these two issues, or the same issue, but these two movements / foundations that put a voice to these issues. And I feel like if it had to be written into this book, it would feel awkward. But because the podcast has been made part of the book and they're able to talk about it through that, it makes it feel so much more realistic and so much more true to life. And again, it is what actually happens. So it makes it feel like this fictional story is more of a real story. Throughout the story, the character work was so good. I definitely had ideas during the story of who I thought was responsible and why. And on some levels, I was right, but on other levels, I was definitely wrong. There were some betrayals that I definitely had not expected. And this is a book that is big on betrayal, because in these communities, you basically know everybody. It's a very tight-knit community. So the betrayal aspect is high. The probability of betrayal is very high, especially in this kind of a situation. Throughout the book, we're learning about these characters and how everybody is like interconnected to each other and how important they all are to one another, and how important this community is to one another, but also ways that they have done each other wrong or betrayed each other, and how that plays into the story overall. There were definitely still some questions at the end of the book, not everything wrapped up neatly. There were definitely things where the larger picture didn't have a complete answer. And I think that is important as well, so that it reflects on real life, because just because you find a murderer doesn't mean that you're going to solve the entire issue, because the issue isn't just one person. The issue is an entire community, an entire society. And it's not necessarily their society, it's society as a whole, because the way that we as a society treat non women who look like me who go missing is not equable. The amount of white women who go missing and get public media attention versus the percentage of non-white women who go missing and their percentage of media attention are not equitable. It is more likely that a white woman will be found due to media coverage, because for some reason, the media seems to care more about white people who go missing. Why is that? I don't know the answer. Racism, but also society in general. I don't know the answers to these questions, and I know that there's not an easy answer to any of this. But what I will do is I will be linking down below in the description box some more information about the MMIW and also the Two Feather Project. So if you would like to do some more research on these issues, there is more information for you down below to check out. If you do read this book, which I highly recommend, because again, this is going to be one of, not just a favorite of the year, but an all-time favorite. I loved this book so much. I cannot recommend the author's note more. Coble talks about how she was able to weave in real people and real experiences into her story, and how she was able to make it feel more real due to that aspect. And she does give a great thanks to the people who have allowed her to share bits and pieces of them throughout the characters in the story. And again, fantastically written, so well put together. Just outside of it just being a story, the craftsmanship of this book for any level of book, let alone a debut, is I don't understand. Like the jealousy that I have currently at Coble's skill of writing is so high. I have all of the jealousy. Like, you know what I mean? So well done, so good, so well executed, emotional, fun in some ways. Trying to figure out who the killer is always fun. It was a fantastic read. I read this in one afternoon. Like I sat down at work, I put it on while I was doing paperwork. I sobbed, I laughed, I screamed. It was a time, okay? This will probably it'll definitely be in my top 10 of the year, and it might be in the top 5 of the year. I am very much in love, as you could tell. So I will be shouting about this one from the rooftops for a while.
Oh no, I can't find me. Where am I? There I am. Hello, me. I'm on the wrong. There we go. So yeah, if you can't tell, I really liked that book. It was very good. I liked it very much. No, that's not the button I wanted either. I want that button. Thank you. Yes, I definitely did talk about it in the Discord. Like I said, I bought a copy. It has so few reviews on Goodreads, and I think I haven't looked at them recently because, again, I read this, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago. Yeah, it's currently a 4.2 on Goodreads. It was a Reese's book club pick, which usually means that the book is going to be huge, but it has about 3,500 ratings and less than 600 reviews. So clearly, we be racist. People don't want to read this book about Indigenous people, apparently. I just don't like. There are legitimately people who gave this 1 and 2 stars, and I don't even understand how you could read this and not love it. Like, there is nothing about this book that I didn't love. Like, it was so fantastic. I have a long ass review. And yeah, it just is like, it's crazy. I checked and my library has it. I put it on the list. Excellent. Hi, Lindsay. You're an hour and a half behind. Good luck. It's Looking for Smoke by K.A. Coble. It's this. In my part of Canada, we get more news about missing Indigenous people and other issues, but that's a recent development, maybe in the last 6 years or so. Yeah, I definitely think I'm assuming that if I lived in the where they have reservations, where my brain just was like, is reservation the right word? That's what you do when you call a restaurant. This is why being inside my brain is fun. But I think if I lived like Oklahoma, Kansas, out west, I would hope that there would be more news about it, but I don't know that that's true. Just based off of what we've seen in the news, I don't like, based off of what I see in the news here in Ohio, definitely don't see anything about any of this. But I love this. Yeah. In the US specifically, um, most of our um, most of the like land that is granted as a reserve is out west. Yeah, Nevada, that's another one. But yeah, most of them are out west. There aren't many on the East Coast. I don't think there are any on the East Coast or in the Midwest area or Southeast. And that's just because we didn't give them um, proper citizenship, which technically they still don't have, and that's a whole issue. We did not. America, I say we like I was there. I wasn't there. It's not a decision I made. The United States government at the time did not consider them real people, nor did they decide that they were worth giving land to until we had already driven them completely out of the first third or half of the United States. They had all been pushed over into the West where we had not colonized yet. And so by that time, the larger communities were all out West. And so there's that. I'm sure there are non-reserve communities here, but I don't know of any in my local area. They may exist, but if they do, I don't know about them. So, which to me is, I was going to say hilarious, but it's hilarious in the bad way, not hilarious in the good way. Every year in May, the city that I live in has this thing called the Feast of the Flowering Moon, that is very indigenous centered and has like performers and things and people who come and like sell their crafts, but it's also like there's a carnival and there's carnival foods and games and rides and stuff for the kids. But it's very much like, because everyone who lives in Ohio thinks there's some like Cherokee princess bullshit. It's kind of that vibe. So, you know, it's not a thing that I like to go to because it's very white lady forward. Yeah. A reservation, that's fantastic. I mean, yeah. I love it when there are communities within communities. I know that they exist somewhere in my area, communities that are not communities of white people. I just have not found them. I can find white people. You throw a rock in any direction, you can find a white people. You can find a white people. That's what I just said. It's rough, Jess. Anywho, let us move on. That is the end of catching up on all of the spooky arcs, books for vlogs that are DOA. That moves us on to discussing my December wrap up and my wrap up for the Bingo Board from Hell from 2024. I have this. Yeah. Is that the right one? Yeah. Okay. I made a new layout for this thing, but I don't know. Hmm. Oh, white people. Yeah, there's a lot of white people. The main science building at the university I work at has a mural painted by an indigenous artist, has an indigenous student office, and makes attempts to include the indigenous community. Yeah, I think that is more common here in the West than it is in the East. Because again, our society, our government, when we colonized real hard and pushed everybody to the, like, if you studied American history at all, which I don't know why you would in Canada, the Trail of Tears is a big thing. Like, they legitimately forced people, like they weren't, like you didn't stay. You were forced to leave. So more recent development in the last 10 years. Yeah. I think it's, yeah. Well, I mean, again, we'll never know how bad it was because history is written by the winners. They can write whatever they want and hide all of their dirty little secrets. So we'll never know how bad it actually was. I need to do a thing. Whereas I have to hit a button and leave the studio for a second, and then I'll be right back because the studio does not have all the things in it that I've been putting in it on this other page over here. And I need things. So just pretend like I'm here, but I'm not going to be here. Okay. Yes. Ta-da! Now, did the thing show up that was supposed to show up? Nope. Oh, there it is. I win. Anywho, we are going to switch to, that's not what I want either. Good Lord, Jessica, get your life together. We are going to switch to the December wrap up and bingo board from hell. Okay, let's talk about some books, shall we? In the month of December, I need to go that way a little bit, Jessica. Ta-da! I read 5 books for a total of 1,596 pages, and my average rating was a 4.1 out of 5 stars. We read we read things. So we always start with non-bingo board from hell books. I'm not going to be changing this through every book like I normally do when I do bingo board from hell. You're just getting, this is what we started with, and then when I get to the end, I will put up where we ended at for the year. Cool. Okay, so the first book that we have, oh, they're over here. That was a non-bingo board from hell book, is The Housemaid's Secret by Frida McFadden. And if you are familiar with Frida McFadden or anything, you would know this is a sequel to The Housemaid, which is a book about a lady who has a questionable past and she becomes a maid for a couple and like watches their daughter, and things get weird. And that's pretty much how all Frida McFadden books go. They start off sort of somewhat kind of normal, and then they go into this territory of what the fuck is happening. And this was no different from that. I gave this a 3.25 out of 5 stars. I found that the first half of this was really, really, really super boring. I did not have a good time. It is a setup for everything in the back half, but I typically will need to, if this was anybody other than Frida, I would have DNF'd this probably in the beginning half because it was just so boring. But I know Frida. I've read like 10 of her books last year. And so like I know that something is going to happen and that I want to know what it's going to be. And so the back half of this was outlandish and crazy. Not even as crazy as book 1, but crazy. But I did like the book overall. I did like kind of like where things ended up, how things ended up. It was a good time. I like it. Not my favorite of Frida's books, but her books are definite like reading slump killers for me, along with Darcy Coates. I've said before, like their books are always a fun time, even if they're not good. They're rarely not good, but they're also not bad. Listen, they're not masterpieces, but they're fun. And that's the important part. Okay. Let's see what's next on this list. I did not have anything to put in the 12 books from 12 Friends Squares. We gave up on that at some point of the year. I truly thought there were only 3 free books. I was shocked when someone told me she had 10 other. Oh, honey, she has so many. So many. I probably read 10 last year. Let's see. More books by Freedom McFadden. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 27-ish, 28-ish. Some of those are short stories, but yeah. I read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've read 9. So, girl be working. A lot of her books were self-published. And then when The Housemaid became kind of a big deal, they started republishing them traditionally. And so they're really easy to get arcs of on NetGalley rather. So I should actually put that one on my physical TBR because I just bought it the other day when I was at the bookstore. Ta-da, dun, 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 dun. But yeah, there's a bunch. My jaw is on the floor. They're all the something, so my brain thinks they are the same. I mean, yeah, they are, a lot of them. Never Lie is a kind of a, and Word D. I've read both of those, and they're both different things. But yeah, like The Gift, The Ex, The Surrogate Mother, The Wife Upstairs, The Perfect Son, The Coworker, The Locked Door, The Boyfriend, The Housemaid's Watching, The Teacher, The Inmate. Yeah. The funny thing about her books is that all of them are like kind of riff-offs of other books. And did I say a riff-off? A riff-off of other books? That is what I said. That's not what I meant. But it is the thing I said. They kind of like have the same synopsis of other mystery thriller books, but she takes it way to whole other levels, and so they're a fun time. Anywho, 12 books or 12 friends. Didn't read anything for that. I read 3 new releases. However, I read The Whispering Night by our Lord and Savior Susan Dennard. I don't know why I'm not holding it up because I own a physical copy. Is this my, which edition is this? Yeah, this is my signed edition that I got from Schuler. Yeah, The Whispering Night. This was the end of a series, end of a trilogy. I gave this a rating. I gave this a 4.75 out of 5 stars. I think this was a really good ending to a series. If you don't know about this series, it is called The Luminaries. It follows our main character, Winnie Wednesday. She lives in a society where luminaries are people who have the ability to see and fight nightmares, which are basically like every mythical creature you've ever heard of. Some are more rare than others, but they all kind of exist. And there are certain places in the earth, kind of like the Buffy the Vampire Slayer, like Hellmouth, where things are drawn to it. So those are where the things happen. And in Winnie's world, when it gets dark, things manifest in the woods. And the job of a luminary is to stop those things before they get out into the real world. And so they also can kill people. So like you don't want them to escape because then they will kill the people. But Winnie's family has been exiled from the community due to her father being labeled a traitor, and then he vanished. And so this series is her trying to get her family back in the good graces of the luminaries, because she grew up with the Winnie Wednesday is a Wednesday bear. That is their known trait, is loyalty. And Winnie is loyal to the luminaries to a fault. And so like this whole series is like her learning about her powers, learning about the things that are going on in the world and how things really work, and learning to work with her friends and family and community, and just learning that there are people who are there for her even though her family was kind of exiled. This series overall was fantastic. I love Suze, as you all know. Yeah, this was a good book. Highly recommend The Luminaries. Pitch perfect on the brain. I meant to say rip off, but riff off. I mean, if you heard any of my other mispronunciations today of things that I have said, you would not be surprised. The next one is the sequel by Jean Hunt Corlitz. This is the sequel to The Plot, which we read for Author Tube Chat Book Club in 2023, I think. Because we didn't have one in 2024, so it could have been 2024. Had to have been 2023. You do need to read that book. It's fantastic. What's wrong with you? Get to Winnie. But yes, the sequel is a sequel to The Plot. So I can't really tell you about the sequel, but what I can tell you about The Plot is it is a book about a guy who was a writer, and he had a really popular book and then was never really able to repeat that success again. And he ended up becoming a teacher for a writing course of like, he basically just like dogged these people the whole time and was like, these people are never going to amount to anything. They suck. Their writing is terrible. I can't believe that they were stupid enough to pay this amount of money to go to a college just to take this writing class because they think that they're going to be something someday. Like, he is a piece of shit, man. Like, we don't like him. Okay. Well, one of his students tells him the plot of this story, and he's like, wow, that's really good. He's like, that's going to become something someday. And then like 5 or 10 years passes, and the story never becomes published. He doesn't know why it hasn't been published because he expected it to be a big thing. And it turns out he goes to research where this kid is, and he died like a few months after having told this teacher the plot. And he's like, well, since he's not going to use it, I'm going to use it. So he becomes the art thief friend, and he steals this plot and he writes the story, and it becomes huge, like so big. Like, we're talking everybody and their brother is talking about it. I'm sure if it had a romance in it, the TikTok girlies would have been screaming about it. But it's like a murder mystery thriller, and it has the best plot ever. Basically, people are saying like it's a plot that no one ever would have thought of, no one could have ever come up with. I don't really think it's that good of a plot, but whatever. It was interesting and it was twisty, but I've read better plot twists. So, but basically he becomes super famous. Well, he gets a letter in the mail that's like, I know you stole this plot. And so he starts like trying to figure out who knows that he stole this plot and why and how. And basically the book is just about him like increasingly becoming more and more paranoid. And by the end of the book, we do figure out who was threatening him, blackmailing him, threatening him. It was an interesting ride. Okay. The book, this is the thing. Kate and I both said when we did this for Off Tube Chat Book Club that we kind of hated it because the guy, the main character is terrible. He's not really that likable, but he's not supposed to be. But then like the way it was written was good. Like, it had very, very clean writing. So like, I don't know. I don't know. But because we read that and then the sequel came out and we were both like, we should read it. I don't think Kate has read it yet. I read it. I don't think Catherine has. And we're not talking Katie. We're talking Kate Kavanaugh. Different Kates. But yeah, I didn't rate it as highly as the first book. But I did still enjoy it. So it was still good. It was a 3.25, which is still a good book. I mean, it's still a time. So that's not terrible. It was an interesting book. Need to try out Susan Dennard. You do need to try out Susan Dennard sometime. If you like fantasy, like sweeping fantasy with lots of world building, then you should try the Witchland series. If you like historical paranormal, you should try the Something Strange and Deadly series. If you like contemporary fantasy, then you should read Luminaries. Which is three very different series. And then this fall, the final book from not the Luminaries, the Witchlands. The final book of Witchlands is coming out I just wrote this down yesterday. November. It's coming out in November. And then also the start of a new, is it a series or is it just a single book? I don't know. The Executioners 3 comes out in August. So she has 2 books coming out this fall. And I'm not 100% sure what the Executioners 3 is about. She had put it up on, I think, Wattpad at some point, but has taken it down and changed a bunch of it and is now publishing it. So I don't know. I don't work here, okay? I just tell you guys to read all of the Sue's, okay? Read all of her books. They're fantastic. You will not be disappointed. Unless you're Margaret. And you have to be warned about the last book in Something Strange and Deadly. Anywho, next book is The Holiday Cottage by Sarah Morgan. This was my one Christmas read this year. I always try to read a Sarah Morgan book at Christmas time, and only at Christmas time, because her books are very sappy and overly emotional, and they're very much about, like, usually women in their 30s or 40s, sometimes older, who are trying to, like, discover themselves. Some are, like, very different stories of different women. Usually it's like a friend group or a family group of multiple women who are all at different points in their lives, and they're all trying to, like, figure out what's going on. I gave this a 4.75 out of 5 stars. I always love these at Christmas time. I imagine that her other non-Christmassy books are written the same way as these, as far as, like, the emotion and the vibes, and I just don't have that year round. But at Christmas time, when I'm already sentimental, these really work for me. And they are very atmospheric and Christmassy, and I love it. And they are all romances as well. This one specifically is about Imogen, she works in marketing, and she is, like, so insanely into her work that when her coworkers they're very personable. They like to talk about their lives and things of, like, what they've got going on. She invented a life. Like, she invented herself having a pet dog. She invented herself having a boyfriend. She invented herself having, like, this whole huge family, when really it's just her. Like, she has no one other than a mom who is a shit mom. And she just did this to, like, make herself seem more normal to her friend group. And there comes a day when her mom, being a shit mom, like, implodes her whole world, as far as, like, her overbooking things and, like, not being able to get to all the things that she needs to get to. And she lets a client down, and her boss is like, "You are taking a mandatory X amount of days off. I don't care what you do. Go hang out with your family. Like, like, she talks about how her family has this country house, and they go there every Christmas season. And she's like, "Go to the family's country house, take a breather. Do not email me again until the first of the year." And basically just, like, kicks her off all of her projects and sends her away. She's like, "You are burnt out. You need time to rest." And so Imogen goes to this cottage in this small town. The lady who owns it is one of her clients that she's worked with for many years, who owns a vineyard. And they are on the phone, and the client offers her to come and stay at this holiday cottage that she has, that she usually rents out during the year, but it's not rented out this year because they had their last guest and they were going to do some remodeling. And so she's like, "I've got this cottage, you can come and stay, and, we can just, slow things down and spend some time here and rest and relax, and then you can get back to work. They've always had a very professional relationship, and this takes them into having a personal relationship. And then also with Dorothy, who is the lady who is the vineyard owner, her daughter, and her husband and grandchildren and everybody. And then there's this vet who she runs into on the side of the road, who has this very naughty dog who continuously runs away from his owners. And the dog like clings to Imogen and like becomes her best friend. And it's like the cutest story ever. Obviously, this is not a book for right now, but next Christmas season, pick up a Sarah Morgan. You will not regret it, because if you like romance and you like found family vibes, or just like women discovering who they really are, what their real potential is, these books are so good. Highly recommend. So good. That was the third book for new releases. Library books wise, the sequel I borrowed from the library. For my physical backlist, I read none read in the month. For book club books, I did not read any book club books. Oh no, I did, because I read A Court of Frost and Starlight by Sarah J. Maas. Like she needs me to talk about her. I'm not going to talk long on this one. I gave this a 4.25 out of 5 stars. You know what the series is about because you exist on the internet. This is part of the A Court of Thorns and Roses series. We'll talk about this more later when we talk about best books of the year. Not this book specifically, but the series as a whole. So, ta-da. This book specifically, I will say, it is a novella. It's hard to trust the ratings on Goodreads because so many people pre-order this book. They were like starved for this book, and it was not sold as a novella. It was sold as a novel, and it was like $35 to pre-order it. And then this bitch showed up. So many people were so mad when this book came out. I remember the anger, and I wasn't even reading these. So, yeah, it was. I've been rereading these. Nope, I've been reading these. I have not read them. With Beautifully Bookish Bethany's Mass Effect read along. There are 6 of us that are there. There are 6 of us, me and Bethany included, and then I'm not even going to try to remember names right now because my brain is so on another level. The anger was intense. Yeah. The ones who didn't like it very much the first time they read it, when they reread it this time, they liked it. Most of them have liked it better, and I think it's because the anger has dissipated. Because this is just like a fun romp in the forest at Christmas time with no stakes and no plot. So I enjoyed it, but I also did not pay $35 for it and expect it to be a whole ass novel. So, there is that. I had no rereads. I had no big books, and I did finish a series. I finished The Luminaries. So, that means where we end up for the end of the year with Bingo Board from Hell is not great, but also not terrible. Okay. Hey, Jules. We're talking. Whoop, whoop. Right now, we're talking the December wrap up and Bingo Board from Hell. And we're going to go over the Bingo Board from Hell. Hey, you got a bingo? Did I get a bingo? Oh, yeah. Did I get a bingo? I don't think I did. Did I get a bingo? Dun, 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 dun. Where? I don't think I did. Yeah, I can't make a straight line. I thought the book clubs was in the middle. No. I was like, girl, where? Anywho. This is where we learn about Jessica and how she feels about goals. The bingo board from hell was like goals, but also I don't get mad if I don't reach them because they're just arbitrary goals. They don't mean anything. Really, the point of a goal is to try to push me to do a thing, and clearly some of it worked and some of it didn't. So, 12 books by 12 friends, as we discussed. I did poor on that this year, but I did read 3 books and I did like some of them. So that's good. Like we read things that we liked. We don't hate that. What did I read? I read Glaciers by Alexis and Smith, which was recommended to me by the owner of my local indie bookstore. And I didn't really like it, but it's mostly because it was non-linear, and I struggle with things that are not linear. Malin recommended Dead Silence by S.A. Barnes, and I really enjoyed that. And Lynn recommended Magic Bites by Alona Andrews, and I DNF'd that. So, but I borrowed it from the library, so it got me a library book square. So, just saying. There are other books on here that I definitely do plan to get to. I moved some of them over into next year. Some of them I did not, because I just am not really that interested in them. And other ones I did move over. So they are not, I'm not necessarily doing a 12 book of 12 friends next year. But I have a section in my book, in my planner, where I'm writing down books that are recommended to me by friends. So if I need a friend recommendation, I know where to go. Okay. I think I wanted to have like 10 months under 60 on my physical TBR. This says 8, but I honestly could not tell you because by the end of again, shingles in the middle of that, and I have no clue what was going on. So the attempt was made, but no, we're not there. We're not there now. It's not good. It's not good. If you watched my every book of my physical TBR book video, I think I'm at like 137. Though to be fair, the under 60 was not counting subsequent books in a series. Like if the series was 15 books long, I only counted the first one because I couldn't read the other 14 until the first one was read, which is a good way, I think, to keep track of a physical TBR in your brain, but not physically. Keep track on paper. It's not good. I don't recommend it. I read 29 new releases for 2024, which is fantastic. I read 11 library books out of the 12 I wanted to read, which is pretty good. I mean, again, I had shingles, which means I was contagious for several weeks, where you are not supposed to come in contact with anyone who is elderly, unvaccinated, or small children, because you can give them chickenpox or you can give them shingles if you leave behind any like residue from your rash. So there were a few, like about a 6 to 8 week period that I was not going anywhere other than just to work and home. So that did make it difficult to do fun things like go to the library. I read 21 out of 24 books for my physical TBR backlist. So I didn't do great, but I did okay. It's fine. 24 book club books out of 12. We doubled it. We crushed it. I think I didn't think about how many book clubs I'm actually in. So I did bump that up next year, and we'll see that here in a minute. We read 14 rereads. I only wanted to do 10. I read 14. There were a lot. I have my yearly rereads. I every year reread. Where's she at? Our Chemical Hearts and a Semi-Definitive List of Worst Nightmares by Crystal Sutherland. I reread those every year in February. They're both very sad in parts, but also very happy in parts. And after like the new year and everything and how January usually goes, like they just kind of give me hope for the future. And a Semi-Definitive List is probably my favorite book of all time. And I do also really enjoy Our Chemical Hearts. And Crystal doesn't write books like that anymore. Her books are definitely more dark and twisty than what those books were. But I still enjoy her writing. So I also reread The Perks of Being a Wallflower because that was a book club book. I reread Throne of Glass and also, what is that other book? Crown of Midnight, because we were reading them for the Mass Effect read along. Those are the only two Saturday Mass books that I had read up to that point. Everything else for me has been fun. I read The Great Gatsby again because it was for book club. And then I reread 5 books from the Book of Shadows series by Kate Tiernan. Not Book of Shadows series. What is that series called? The Sweep series by Kate Tiernan. And I have made it no further in the process of that book series. I read to where I had stopped before and then stopped again. And then I also reread The Scarlet Letter again for book club. Last year we were reading like books that we would have read in high school. So there were 3 rereads for me last year, which is fine. That's what I meant to hit. Poor Magic Bites. I get it though. Maybe try Burn for me instead if you want to give Ilona Anderson a try. I do want to try her again, because I know that book is forever old. But I was just very confused and didn't have any idea what was going on, and that's why I DNF'd it. But it did get me into where I have like a weird hair on my shoulder. Cool. It did remind me that I do really enjoy paranormal romance because I read that for my library paranormal romance vlog. And I read something by Chloe Neal and by what's her face? Oh, I'll never remember. You know who I'm talking about. But I read 2 other paranormal romances from that same time period that I did end up enjoying. So I got 2 more paranormal romance series to read out of that. So it was still a great recommendation. Still highly am happy about it. Oh, it's not a bad sign. It's that's where the audiobooks stop. I didn't stop because I wasn't enjoying them. I stopped because I then had to start reading them physically. That's why I stopped. So, because I really hate to read with my eyeballs. I'm trying to do better this year. I actually bought I got a little case, and it has a bunch of the transparent sticky notes. I've got circles, hearts, big squares, tabs, lots of things in here. So that I can do some like annotating. I'm not fancy. I don't plan to do like color coordinated type annotating. But I am currently annotating The Killing Cold by Kate House Marshall, which I have an arc of, but also clearly am behind on arcs, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But yeah, so I got this to like take notes and stuff when I'm doing my annotating. And so I also am filming. This was a big project that I wanted to read the whole series and review it, kind of like our friend Gavin at Gavin Reads It All. What is his channel name now? Does that sound right? How he reads whole series and like does a review on it. I have been doing that, and I have multiple clips of me reading that series, but I didn't edit those and put them into this because I do plan to finish the series. So reading with your eyes is so much slower. Reading with my eyes, it's not that it's slower or that it's because it gives me migraines. I have to be like in a really good eye place to want to read physically. And the winter is not it because of all the snow glare that then makes my eyes tired to begin with. It's a thing. The theme for book club this year is books that have won an award. So this month we read Olive Kitteridge, which has won a Pulitzer. I DNF'd it. I didn't like it. And next month we're reading The Remains of the Day. Well, I guess it's this month because we're in February. The Remains of the Day by Kazuo Ishiguro. That's me reading from way across the room. So if that name is wrong, I'm sorry. But I think those are the letters that I see. Not only is it foreign, I also can't read it from here. So I think that's what it says. But yeah, we're reading books that won awards. So I don't know that that's a real thing, but whatever. Where were we at? That was rereads. We read 8 out of 10 Weapons, aka a book that's 500 plus pages. That's mostly thanks to all of the Sarah J. Maas that I read this year. And then I wanted to finish 10 series. I finished 9. And you know what? That's great. I probably started more than 9, but I read 9, and that is fantastic. Like, I finished 9 series. That's the name. Those are the letters that I see. Kazuo Ishiguro. Yeah, that's it. I love Never Let Me Go, and then just never picked up any of his other books. Some of the people from book club said they've read Never Let Me Go, and they really liked it. I have not. But yeah, I'll be reading it this month if you can get the library book of it and you want to read it and talk about it. It's The Remains of the Day. Yeah. I mean, not that we're not already in a book club that you read the book in 4 hours, and I have not read past page 68 yet, but that's another issue for another day. Okay, so that's where we ended up at for 2024. Do you want to continue on with 2024 things before we get to 2025 things, or do you want to hop to the 2025 bingo board from hell since we just talked about the one from 2024? You let me know. Sure, might as well add on an 18th book for the list for the month. Listen, you can read it in March or April. It'll still be fresh in my mind for a few months, okay? It's fine. Added to their monthly TBRs. Listen, March will be fine. They'll be fine. It's not a problem. They're having a great time, obviously. I forgot that you were reading 953 books this month. I don't know how that. You have to read 230 some pages a day, but you read 400 yesterday, so you're ahead. All right. Just saying. I think I'm gonna go 2025 bingo board from hell. That probably makes the most sense. There's an 8-week hold on. Wait on it. Listen, so that works great. Put the hold on, and then we can talk about it when you're done. Because I'm going to take notes, and I'm going to annotate theoretically. So I should have notes, and we can talk about it when you're done. Okay, so we want to switch over to the 2025 bingo board from hell. So these are my goals for 2025. Again, some things that worked from last year, we brought back. Some things that didn't work for last year, we've taken away. And we've also bumped some things up. So here we go. Here's where we're at. I want to read 25 physical books. Not books from my physical TBR, because that doesn't count, because I will listen to those on audiobook. I want to, with my eyeballs, physically read 25 books. Mostly because I have about 60 to 70 books over there that do not have audiobooks. Not that I don't have them, they don't exist. So I need to work on that. These can double up with other things. If they are a new release or purchased or whatever, a book club book, those can double up. So if it's a physical book and I read it, it counts. 25 new releases. I feel like last year I read like 21, I think was the number. 29. Great. I can totally read 25 of those. I read 29 last year. I have a whole list of arcs already. I have friends that have books coming out this year. I have favorite authors that have books coming out this year. I think we should be fine with reading 25 new releases. The next square is 25 pre-2023 purchases. So I have this list on my computer of all of my physical books, physical TBR books, and when I bought them by year and month. And I have about 30-ish that are pre-2023. So my goal is to read 25 of those to try to get my physical TBR shelf to like a more modern day collection. And the thing with these is that they can also be DNFs. If I DNF it, it's still coming off of the shelf, so that counts. Same with purchases from 2023 to 2024. So that would be the 2 most recent years. I want to read 25 of those. So we've got 25 from 2025, 25 from 2023 and before, and then 25 from 2023 to 2024. And then we have a Nana. It's not you. It was Nana. She came in and said I was talking to her. She is going to the grocery store and she asked me if I needed anything. So, anyway, out of the 30-ish books on my physical TBR, only 2 were required prior to 2024. One in 2023 and one in 2016. It's not 2016. Oh, I was thinking 2026 and I was like, what year are you in? Anyway, I thought that said 2026. And I even read this as 2026 in my brain too. And I'm like, when did you go to the future? The Inferno by Dan Brown. It takes place in Florence, so I wanted to buy a copy while in Florence, but instead of getting an Italian copy, I accidentally got it in English. You know, it's great. Love the pre-2023 book purchases goal and the fact that you track your book purchases. I'm trying to track all my non-essential spending this year. I would love to track all of my non-essential spending, but there's too much of it for me to do that. So, yeah. Anyway, anywho. Where were we before Nana so rudely interrupted? She did not rudely interrupt. She came in and she went, shh, don't bark at me to the dogs. Because she's like, she's on the computer. Don't bark. Okay. 25 book club books because we did 24 last year. We doubled our goal for last year. So I'm just going to push it one more this year. We're going for 25. 10 library books. I almost reached to 12 last year, but I didn't quite get there. So I lowered it to 10, which is more reasonable, I think. 10 rereads. Sure. Let's try 10 rereads again. If I read the rest of the sweep series, no, I haven't read those before. That doesn't count. What am I going to reread? I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get there. 10 big books. Again, I am doing the Mass Effect read along, which means I'm reading these chunkers. There's going to be a few of those, though we are almost done. I think I have 2, 3, 4 left. Oh no, because then we're reading 5, 6, 7 Crescent City. So I'll have 7 just in Mass Effect read along. Ooh, yes. Witchlands is 5. I'm rereading Witchlands with Julie and Brittany. So you are correct. Witchlands is 5. And then I'll be doing my yearly reread of the Crystal Sutherland book. So I'm up to 7. Boo, boo, boo. Okay, I missed the last 5 minutes because Jacob decided he wanted to yell at me from downstairs instead of coming up to have a conversation like a normal person. It's okay because Nana came in and I had to mute. So we haven't talked about anything important. But yeah, those would be my 10 big books and then 10 finished series. We will be finishing Throne of Glass series. I will be reading all of Crescent City, so that'll be a finished series. Witchlands will be a finished series. If I'm reading these other backlist books, there are several that could finish a series. So I should be good on finish. I just have to read the things. Like if I read the things that I have, then I will be finishing series. So theoretically, I made it so this board is working for me this year because I do really want to focus on reading down my physical backlist TBR, especially the things prior to 2023, but everything else as well. So most of this will get me through what I have on my shelves. We'll see how we do. I did this year in my planner, which if you watch my planner videos, you already know. But last year, when I did Bingo Board from Hell, where does she be? I just had like this one page in the planner and I was like keeping track on this. And that was okay, but I never knew like which book I had read for which thing. And so this year I made somewhere in here. Yeah. I made like this page and then I actually made where I can put the list of what I read. Note to self, Jessica, you still should have put the thing on here where you could write the thing in for the chart, but you didn't do that. So good luck figuring that out. Anywho, I guess what I could do is print the thing out every month with the number on it and then tape them in on top. And then it would be like a flip book. Maybe. We'll see. I will figure out a way to do that. Or I could just do a tip in. I could just do a tip in. Anyway, we've been here for 2 hours and 16 minutes and we still got a lot to talk about. So let's move on. 2024 stats. Let's change our background to this. And I think I need to download something first. I do. I'm telling you, I'm struggling. I am living on the bus of struggles. Open Sesame. An error occurred. That's rude. We are going to take this banner down for a second because I made it as a background, not as an overlay. That's not what we want. Someone send me to the grave. I've been bad today. Listen. You guys are so patient and lovely and wonderful. I am a hot mess. Okay. There was another error. It's fine. Open Sesame. Delete. 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 Okay. Stats. We're going to talk stats. I read 146 books last year. I read 41,629 pages, and my average rating for the year was 3.89, which is fantastic. I don't know about you, but that's a pretty good number. I'm not mad about that. I'm not mad about that in any way, shape, or form. Yes, stats. Ta-ta! We don't have many, but we do have some. Again, if I So last year I used Allie from Hardback Hoarders spreadsheet, and it just doesn't do the stats things that I want. Like, it's not laid out in a way that works for me. In previous years, I've used the one from Let's Read's channel, where it has just made more sense for me personally, and like the way it's laid out. This year, I'm trying to use Cassidy's from Books with Cassidy, but is that Cassidy's channel? Holy cannoli. Me randomly like, I don't even know if that's actually her channel name right now. My brain is on another planet. What is Cassidy's channel name? Somebody knows it, I'm sure. I clearly don't right now. What is going on with my brain? Covers with Cassidy. There we go. C's, illiteracy. Illiteracy? Literacy. Yeah, listen. Illiteracy. That's it. We all have very punny, booky related names, and they all get jumbled in my brain. Alliteration. There we go. Alliteration. Wow. I got there. It took me an hour. But I got there. I can't even blame it on the shingles. I'm just crazy. Anywho, next set of stats. Target age. I read 82 books that were targeted towards an adult, 35 that were rated 35 that were marketed to YA, 22 that were marketed mid-grade. Probably 95% of those were Percy Jackson. And I did not read any that were marketed to children. So I'm surprised by that a little, but not like last year. I think 2023 was also pretty high adult-wise versus YA. But prior to that, like my YA numbers were so high. And then I think I just read so many over like the last, 4 or 5 years on BookTube. And then I really started reading more horror and thriller books. So that has gotten me into, because when I read fantasy, a lot of the fantasy that I read is marketed as YA because it's written by a woman, regardless of what it should actually be marketed as. I mean, there are women. Where is she? My point was going to be like Throne of Glass is marketed as YA. The main character is I don't know, 19 to 20 to 21-year-old woman, but it's YA because it was written by a woman. Because you can't tell me that the first Mistborn book that has a 15-year-old female main character but is marketed as adult is any more actually adult than Throne of Glass, the series as a whole. It's not. Like, they're both deal with the same kinds of topics, the same kinds of political issues, societal issues, the same types of drama, but because it was written by a man, it's adult. I'm just saying. So when I was reading more fantasy, the numbers were more adult or were more YA. Now that I'm reading more mystery thrillers, it's more adult. Still reading the same percentage of female to male, mind you, but different things. One of these things is not like the other. Misogyny. I read 55 fantasy, 23 mystery thrillers, 16 contemporary, 16 horror, 8 paranormal, 6 romance, 5 classics, 4 sci-fis, 3 lit fic, 2 non-fic, and I'm sure there were other things that had like 1, but that was like the whole thing was full, so I gave up at that point. And who really cares about 1? 1 is the loneliest number. Yeah, again, my highest is still fantasy, but the percentage of fantasy from this year to previous years is lower, because I used to not read any mystery thrillers or horror, very few paranormal. Some of my paranormals are actually romances. This number's, it is what it is. So my paranormals are also fantasy. I just put things wherever I feel like it makes sense. Does it make sense? Couldn't tell you. Have fun with your favorite toddler. Thank you for joining. And then the last one was most read authors. I read 10 books from Rick Riordan. Most of those were, I read the 5 graphic novels of the original Percy Jackson and the Olympian series, and then like 4 or 5 of the supplemental books for the different series, as far as like books of like magics and the different gods and goddesses or monsters, villains, whatever. I read a lot of that for the Amazing Readathon for the weekend battle thing. I can't even think of what it's called right now, because again, living on another level. Mistborn would fit in why if a bunch of these female authors' books are why. Yes, absolutely. 100%. 120%. But yeah, I read a bunch of those during Face Off weekend. There we go. I knew I'd get there eventually. So that's where all of the Riordan comes from. I read 9 Frida McFaddens last year. 9. That's a lot. For someone who wasn't reading them for any purpose, just whenever I felt like I was bored and I didn't know what to read, I would pick one up. 9. I read 8 of these bricks. But again, I was reading these for the Mass Effect read-along, so that makes sense. 6 by Darcy Coates. Again, whenever I am feeling like I need to pick something up and I don't know what I want to pick up, if I'm feeling spooky, I would pick up Darcy Coates. I'm almost out of Coates' backlist, and that is terrifying to me. But thankfully, I now know that I have at least 10 more Frida McFadden books that I use for the same purpose. So, and I also read 5 Sanderson last year. 2 of those I think were short stories. I think it was 2 short stories. I finished, God, what did I read last year that was Sanderson? I finished the first Mistborn trilogy. And I read Allomancer Jack. It's 3 short stories. So what was the 4th? The other one, the 5th one. The world may never know. Maybe it isn't 4. Oh, no, wait. I read Trust of the Emerald Sea. I completely forgot. Okay. Yeah. So I read the last book in Mistborn Era 1, Trust of the Emerald Sea, and then 3 short stories. So, okay. Got it. And that's the end of the stats that we collected. Let's move on. Let's talk about best books of 2024, and then we'll end on the Breeze 2025 and 25 and talk about arcs then. Best books of 2024. Here's the thing. I made a list of 25 books. We have 5 that are honorable mentions. And I honestly thought about sitting down and like separating these out by like numbering them. That's the word I'm looking for. Like going through and like, this was the best book. This was like the 10th best book. This was the 20th best book, whatever. But when I tell you that sitting down to look at these, I honestly think that anything in the 1 through 10 spot could be considered my best book of the year. I mean that, like, with all sincerity. I loved so many of these books that literally they could be the best book of the year. And I kind of feel the same way about the next set of 10. Any of them could be placed anywhere in the top 20, like between 11 to 20. They could be anywhere. But it just like, I read so many good books this year that was almost impossible to just do like a top 10 or I could not have done a top 5. Would not have happened. The world would not exist. So we're just quickly going to talk through some of these books, what I liked about them, maybe tell you some tropes. give you like a general idea of, I'm sorry, there's like a bug flying around in here and it keeps distracting me. The ADHD is strong today. Okay. Just an overview of like what it is, what we talked about, all of that jazz. Let me pull up my 2024 reading stats so I can tell you without having to pull up Goodreads for everything and hating myself. Duplicate. Sort. Sheet by column B. I think it's Z to A. It is. Look at me go. And then the other thing I wanted to know is that I did not include any short stories in this, or graphic novels, because again, there were so many good things to choose from. But yeah, so like short stories didn't get included. Graphic novels I didn't include, because I didn't. Okay, moving on with our lives. So for my 5 honorable mentions, I have them here somewhere. First of which would be episode 13, which we already talked about. There's a whole video. If you're here and you're like, we didn't talk about that because you weren't here when we did talk about that, then I suggest you go back to the section that is going to be highlighted and titled something about, well, probably will just have the title, but it's when we were talking about books that I read from series that I didn't finish. The books I read while reading videos for other projects that didn't get finished. Oh, listen, I'm out. I'm on another planet. Any hoozle. I think it's this pile. It is. Okay. But yes, episode 13 in the 5 honorable mentions. There's stacks of books everywhere over here. Next is Here Lies a Vengeful Bitch by Cody Crawley. I loved her. She was so good. I gave this book a 4.5 out of 5 stars. This is what I'm saying. Like, I had so many good books. Like, this is an honorable mention and it was a 4.5. Like, you know? This book follows Annie Lane, who was murdered, but that won't slow her down. The mountain her body was dumped on is legendary for raising the dead. So after waking up in the same frigid water that hides her corpse, Annie surges into her backwards hometown, hell-bent on revenge. The problem is Annie can't remember who killed her, and the list of people who might have wanted to isn't exactly short. There is her toxic mom, who spends her rare sober moments ripping Annie a new one. There's her boss at the diner, who's always been a little too friendly. And then there's her cheating ex and his creepy bandmates, who are just shit-brained enough to think they could get away with it. All she has to go on are tequila-fogged memories and a bloodstained leather jacket, but Annie won't stop until she gets what she came for. Someone knows the truth, someone is to blame, someone has to pay for what happened to Annie Lane. Furious, fast-paced, and darkly funny, Here Lies a Vengeful Bitch is it once a I can't read it because it's split in half. Propulsive mystery and an exhilarating love letter to anyone who's ever been told to be a good girl or else. I loved this book. I pre-ordered this. It was so good. I love Cody Crawley. I follow her on Instagram and she is like total dark aesthetic vibes. We love her. Like, fantastic. This book was creepy, dark, fun. Yeah. If you like YA creepy, YA horror, YA spooky, read this. When I tell you, I went to pick this up at the bookshop, because again, I ordered it. It was a special order. And I went to go pick it up, and it was when I had shingles. So it had been a couple of weeks since I was able to go in and pick it up. And when I went in, the bookseller that was there that day asked, she was like, I've got a stack of them back here. Do you remember the title? And I said, oh yeah, it's Here Lies the Vengeful Bitch. And she goes, oh yeah, I remember seeing that one. So like, we love her. It was fantastic. I had the best time. 4.5. There's lots of spooky vibes, lots of like found family vibes, and also revenge. And we love that. Okay. Next on my list of honorable mentions, we have, again, clear over here on the other side, Murder Road by Simone St. James. This does not have the best reviews. A lot of people really didn't like this. I did really like this. I gave this, again, a 4.5 out of 5 stars. Excuse me. I have the hiccups. This is April and Eddie have taken a wrong turn, and now they're on a long, dark road late at night when they see a woman up ahead, clearly in trouble. They stop and pick her up. It's only once she's in the car that they see the blood, and then the headlights appear in the distance, racing towards them at speed. And at long last, the woman says, I'm sorry, he's coming. While April and Eddie are able to escape this time, their terrifying adventure is only just beginning. The hitchhiker's injuries prove fatal, and the couple are trapped in the small town of Cold Lake Falls, prime suspects in the eyes of the local police. It turns out that this isn't the first victim to die on the stretch of road, and it isn't the first time that survivors have seen something they can't explain. But to get out of town, April and Eddie are going to have to drive down that haunted stretch of road one more time. I thought this was creepy. I thought this had very good, I wouldn't say it was like murder mystery vibes, but it had a mystery. There was a murder, multiples of them. It wasn't like super thrilling, but it definitely was dark and had like the moments. I have this beautiful Evernight version that has like the map on the outside of it and stuff. I really liked it. I think, if you like Simone St. James, you'll probably like it. From what I am seeing of reviews, people who don't like Simone St. James, her other books have also not liked this. This is the second book of hers that I've read. Don't ask me what the other one was because I couldn't tell you, but I know it was the second one. And I liked it. So if you like spooky, small town, figuring out murders of the past thing, maybe give it a shot. I can't wait to put all these books back on my shelf. It's going to be so good. Next, we have one of 3 F.T. Lucan's books on this list. And that is Otherworldly. This one is Ellery doesn't believe in magic, doesn't believe there's anything but science behind the 5-year winter, and definitely doesn't believe the super hot customer from his cafe is actually a supernatural familiar. Knox has been trapped in the human realm for years, finally released from service to a powerful witch. He should be going home to the other world, but he's scared of what awaits him there. Knox needs a tether to the human world. Ellery needs a way to stop the endless winter. Striking a deal will change everything for both of them. So, it does sound like a supernatural episode. It does kind of sound like the Woman in White kind of vibe. But yes. I also read 10 Rick Riordan books because I reread all of Percy Jackson Olympus and Heroes of Olympus. I mean, I'm not mad about that. I should do that, but I have not. So there's a thing about F.T. Lucan's, and again, this is one of 3 books on this list, and why I bought these special editions from Illumicrate. I think it's Illumicrate. That sounds right. I mean, they gorge. F.T. Lucan's is, I believe, non-binary. I know they use they, them pronouns. They are married. They have 3 kids, 3 dogs and 3 cats. But their books are all queer, all like, that is a lie. Their YA romances are all queer romances, obviously, and involve some magical element to them. They do have other types of books, some adults, and then just some like murder mystery things. There's like a series that is like similar to Scooby-Doo that I haven't read, but I've read all 4 of their YA romances, and I have an arc for the next one that's coming out, and I'm so excited. I love their books. They are so good. Like, they are just chef's kiss perfection. This one I did not like as much as the others. This one was not, it just wasn't my favorite. Like, this as a book is fantastic, but in comparison to their other books, not as good, if that makes sense. But still, a 4.5. It was a great time. If you love like cute boys romances, then in YA settings, you know, the other world, the thing with Nox is that when Nox goes into the other world, they lose all of their memories from the time that they were there this time. And so they want to not go back into the other world and lose their memories again. They want to stay in our world and not be taken back to the other world and lose their memories. And so they are trying to work with Ellery to stop from being pulled back into the other world. And Ellery wants the 5-year winter to stop because it's ruining, their family is a farm family, and they're ruining their ability to farm and to make money and things like that. So Ellery also lives with their cousin, who is a lesbian, and their partner, and they are fantastic. I love them. They're so funny. Like, so many good characters in this book. Really enjoyed this one. What's our next honorable mention? Our last honorable mention is, I think I have a copy of, if I do not see, Some Kind of Blunderful by Libby Hart. That sounds right. I don't even remember, like, what is this one? That tell you anything? Because I've read so many Libby Harts that I don't know. I don't know which one it is. Oh yeah, I remember this one now that I'm seeing the cover. I gave this one a 4.5 out of 5 stars. This is I read So This Is Ever After by Lukens a couple of years ago. It was a cute, cozy fantasy. I enjoyed it. Is that one the other one that's on this list? Maybe there are only 2 on this list. I don't know. I thought there were 3. Maybe there are only 2. Maybe I'm drunk. I don't know. I've got so many books. Who knows? But yeah, loved. So This Is Ever After. When I first read So This Is Ever After, which was the first book by Lukens that I had read, I described it as Heartstopper meets Legends and Lattes, but in a D&D setting. Because it's the boy crush, the boy pining is 120% Heartstopper levels. And then it really is just them setting up a kingdom. Like, they take over a kingdom and they have to like set up rules and infrastructure and society and all of that. But it's done in like a very Legends and Lattes type way. But they are very much like, it's like a D&D campaign. Like, what happens after you finish the campaign and you've beaten the villain? What are you doing? So I cannot recommend FT Lukens highly enough. I am live in a Europe-friendly time zone. I have been live for 2 hours and 43 minutes, Steve. We've been here a minute. Anywho, we're going to talk about Some Kind of Blunderful by Libby Hart. I gave that 4.5 out of 5 stars. It is a romance that does not have a third act breakup, and I love that. I know that a book needs to have conflict, but I love it when there's not a third act breakup. I just, like, if there's a fight or an issue that you have, fantastic, absolutely wonderful. Let's put that in. But an actual breakup that's mostly due to miscommunication or lack of communication, I hate. I've been unalived for the past 2 hours, exhausted after work today. Well, I still love you. And you're here now. And you can go back and watch it later. We've been talking about lots of books today. So if I remember correctly, Some Kind of Blunderful, the beginning of is they go on like a blind date and it goes really bad. And she finds out that the main character, Mia, finds out that Alex, the guy she was on the blind date with, is her dad's new boss that her dad cannot stand and complains about constantly. And then stuff just starts happening that's throwing Mia and Alex together time after time after time. Squaring off at the company picnic, volunteering hours at an animal rescue. They get trapped in an escape room. And then it just starts to become like they start to kind of fall for each other, even though they really had that terrible first date. But then they have to deal with the fact that her dad hates this guy. And that's kind of like where the third act trouble comes in. And it's not them breaking up so much. It's just like she's afraid that if she, basically the last paragraph of the synopsis says, Mia's life is now a romantic comedy of errors, complete with her kinda sorta accidentally sleeping with the enemy. And she's not sure which is worse, that Alex could ruin her dad's career or that she might actually like him. And it really is just like this hot mess of the most hilarious situations, which is a very much a Livy Hart thing. I think this is the third book of hers that I've read. I don't know if this was second or third, but I've read 3 of her books, I should say. And they very much are just like they're adult romance. They have spicy times. They're not awkward because they can be sometimes in romance. My notes say that I laughed out loud more times than I can count. It was great. I loved it. Agreed. Terrible communication breakups are dumb. I hate them. Yeah. I feel like if you need to break up the couple for the third act plot point to make sense, then like maybe you should, like, people have larger problems in their lives than their romances. And if they're just going to end up back together anyway, like, I don't know, I just don't like it. Okay. I don't. Any moving on. Next we have the top 11 through 20. Some of these we've already talked about. One of which is The Holiday Cottage by Sarah Morgan. We talked about that in the December wrap up. The Whispering Night by Susan Dennard. We talked about that in December's wrap up. That might be the only ones that we talked about in that part of the day. This list is backwards. Oh, look, I put another edition of The Whispering Night in here to hold my spot. Because I, of course, have multiple editions of all of my Sue's books. It's fine. It's totally fine. I have lots of books. Actually, I'll put this over here so I don't murder myself with it. I did read all 3 of those. I'm so well put together, like y'all don't even understand. I will at some point get to the book that we're going to talk about. It's at the very bottom of the pile. Did I do the pile backwards? The world may never know. Ha ha. So one other thing that I did with this is that if I read multiple books in a series throughout the year, I grouped them all together. Okay, you'll thank me for that when I get to the Sarah J. Maas books. So I have the Iron Druid Chronicles by Kevin Hearn. I read book 1 and book 2 this year, Hounded and Hexed. I really enjoyed these. I gave them both, let's see, our friend, Mr. Hearn, he got, if I can find him, the world may never know because I cannot find him. It should be easier to find him than this. Because seriously, haha. 4.5s again. So, like I said, there's a lot of 4.5s. But this series follows our main character, whose name is Atticus O'Sullivan. He is a druid. He is the last remaining druid on Earth. He has lived for like over 1,000 years, but he still looks like he's in his late teens, early 20s, and he kind of lives with that persona. and tries to act that way. In this world, there are like Norse mythology, gods, goddesses, there are witches, there are werewolves, vampires, all of these things exist. It's just a fun time. I really like the series. I like his humor. I do think if you struggle with the humor of Kevin Hearn, you won't like these. But I have really enjoyed the first two that I've read. I bought the third one and the fourth one, I think. I have at least one more already. Yeah, I have two more. I've been buying them in threes after I read the first one and liked it. But these are super fun. If you like magic, if you like, they're it's like the paranormal romance vibe, but without the romance part. If you get what I'm saying. Like if you liked paranormal romance from late 90s, early 2000s, but you liked the paranormal bits and wished it focused more on that than on the romance, give these a shot. Okay. Next on the list is House of Elephants by Claribel A. Ortega. I will say the other thing that I did is that these are all alphabetical by title of the book, I think. I don't know. They're put in alphabetical order. Yeah, by title of the book. Because again, I can't put them in other orders. House of Elephants by Madame Claribel A. Ortega was given one of these days I'm just going to hit the button, a 4.75 out of 5 stars. And this is the third book in the Witchlane series. Witchlanes was described to me and sold to me originally as if the 7-book Wizard series was written by someone who was not a TERF, basically. It involves non-binary characters, queer characters. Is very well done. It follows a group of girls. It's mid-grade. A group of girls who are at their year, I think it's when they're 13, you get sorted into different covens within your community. And these 3 girls are left over. They don't get sorted into the covens they think they should be sorted into, and they are known what is a spare. So as a spare in their society, they are very looked down upon. They are not given the rights to the same magics as the other covens are. And if you don't agree to be a part of that coven, like within the sorting ceremony, it's not a sorting ceremony, but it is a sorting ceremony, if you know what I'm saying. If you don't agree to being part of your coven, the coven will dissolve and you will lose all of your magic. And so their coven doesn't really combine because these 3 girls, 2 of them are enemies and one of them is a stranger. And they really don't like vibe. So when that happens, it goes through this transition of them starting to lose their magic. And our main character 7, she says, we'll do anything. Can we do the undoable task? I don't know what the task is called. It's a task that can't be completed. It's an undoable task. It's an undoable task. Let's go with that. I don't know what the word is right now. But they are agreed that they can do this task. The community lady agrees that they are given this task that basically is going to kill them. So there's like this monster creature that is out killing people, and they give them the task to complete of discovering what this monster is and defeating it. And if they're able to live through that, then it will seal their coven. The character that is a stranger to them, her brother was eaten by this monster. So that's not traumatizing at all. And the book is really about them like becoming friends, learning about each other, more about each other's lives and about the world as a whole, and also dealing with a lot of the issues in their society where the spares are looked down upon. I can tell you, again, this is the 3rd book in the series, and I have loved every book in the series. It has been done so well, so good. Claribel could write anything, and I would read it, and I am having the absolute best time with the series. So highly recommend the Witchlane series by Claribel A. Ortega. Next we have, should be here somewhere theoretically. Oh, you know what? It's on the top shelf, and I don't have a stepladder right now, so I did not pull it down. One of Us is Back by Kieran M. McManus. And I gave that a 4.75 out of 5 stars. This is the third and final book in the, what is the name of that series? One of Us is Lying. Yes. Which the book series starts out with 4 characters who are all in the room with a guy when he dies. And so they are all suspects of his murder. And the book is them coming together from their different paths in life to figure out who the killer actually was, because they know it wasn't any of them. And the second book in the series follows a younger group of kids. Some of them are related to or are friends of the older group. And then the third book is like everybody together. And the same thing that happened in the first book, like the murder that happened in the first book, is still having revolving consequences even in book 3. And it's a YA mystery thriller, fun time. Can't really talk about that one too much because, again, third book in the series and you don't want to ruin too much. Hi, Alice. Alice has been lurking since about 11:30, which was an hour and a half ago, which means we've been here a long fucking time. Hello. We're almost done, I swear. Then we have Playing the Witch Card by KJ Dell'Antonia. I gave this one a 4.5 out of 5 stars. I read this for my reading the library series. There is a whole vlog for this on the channel. It's about Flair Hardwick knows 3 things: magic is real, love isn't, and relying on either ends in disaster. So while she's grateful for the chance to take over her grandmother's Kansas bakery after she finally leaves her cheating husband, she won't be embracing Nana's fortune-telling side hustle. Hers is a strictly no magic operation until the innocent batch of tarot card cookies Flair bakes for the town's Halloween celebration unleashes the power of the family deck, luring Flair's unpredictable mother to town, tempting Flair's magic-obsessed daughter, and bringing back Flair's first love, while ensnaring her ex in a curse she can't break. Flair's attempts to control the chaos only makes things worse, playing right into the hands of a powerful witch. Suddenly, there's far more at stake than her status as the most reluctant witch in town, and the magic Flair has long rejected becomes the only card she has left to play. I really enjoyed this. It was a really good book. I don't think KJ Dell'Antonia writes anything else that's like magical at all, so I don't know where this plot came to her from, but I really enjoyed this one. It is like small town setting. It's very much like Gilmore Girls. Like there's an old lady who's like the busybody of the town, and she's like the one who sets up all of these like programs and holiday festivals and all of these pageants and all of those things. Like she's in charge of all of the things. And there are certain families in the town that are magical, and our main character Flair, her family happens to be one of them, and she is trying to make her way in life without using her family's magic because it went bad for her at one point. And also seeing her mother misuse the magic throughout her childhood, and the sister of her childhood crush or her teenage crush, her first love, really is like out to get her, and it's just a fun time. But yeah, there's like a whole vlog of me reading this on the channel, so I won't go too far into it. But I had a very good time reading this. I very much enjoyed it. Sure, just throw it wherever you want it. Next in the list is The Hollow Dead by Darcy Coates. Again, we won't talk about this very much because this is the 4th book in the series. 5th book in the series. I think it's the 4th book. I honestly couldn't tell you. Will you tell me the other books that she's written in the series? Thank you. 1, 2, 3. So this is the 4th book. This series follows our friend, what's her name? Kira. She, at the beginning of the first book, is running through the woods. And she's running from these guys, but she has no recollection of who she is or why she's running. She knows that she thinks her name is Kira, and she knows that the people that are following her are bad, and that's about it. And she runs into the outskirts of this small town. There's a church there. She goes there and asks the priest for protection. And basically he hides her in a closet. And when the people come up behind her, he's like, I've never seen that girl before. You know, the way that we're all going to act when ICE shows up at our door and asks us about our neighbors who aren't white. never seen that girl before, don't know her. That's what he does because he's a great old man. We love him. And so he offers her to stay at his house with him for like the evening or whatever until they can kind of figure out what's going on. Well, it turns out that they both discover that she has the ability to help ghosts cross over. And so this old guy who is the priest of this church, he basically tells her that there is this old um, groundskeeper's cottage out by the woods. You have to walk through the cemetery to get to it. And he basically is like, if you help my parishioners pass on, like I help them in life, you help them in the afterlife, you can stay here as long as you want. He's like, I won't tell anybody. We'll keep people like helping. Um, we'll keep the people who are looking for you away, and you can stay here for as long as you want. And so she ends up moving into this gardener's cottage, um, while meeting some people from town and like forming friendships, uh, and helping these ghosts who were parishioners of this man's church pass on, except not all of them want to go. And so that's kind of like there's like two parts of the story where you're getting her every book has its own kind of like episode of the week where she's trying to help someone pass on or find out like who is harming the ghosts, but then there's also her trying to figure out her past and why she was running from those guys in the first place. And great series. Again, Darcy Coates is an automatic reading slump killer for me. So I have an arc for the 5th book. I need to read it. Let's see. It is very Gilmore Girlsy, but spooky. Playing the Witch card, Holiday Cottage. The Nickel Boys by Colson Whitehead. Where dost thou be? He be here. This is a Pulitzer Prize winning book from Colson Whitehead. It is about I'm just going to read it back to you because I'm going to mess up the words. When Elwood Curtis, a black boy growing up in the 1960s Tallahassee, is unfairly sentenced to a juvenile reformatory called the Nickel Academy, he finds himself trapped in a grotesque chamber of horrors. Elwood's only salvation is his friendship with fellow delinquent Turner, which deepens despite Turner's conviction that Elwood is hopelessly naive, that the world is crooked, and the only way to survive is to scheme and avoid trouble. As life at the academy becomes ever more perilous, the tension between Elwood's ideals and Turner's skepticism leads to a decision with repercussions that will echo down into the decades. Based on the real story of a reform school that operated for 111 years and warped the lives of thousands of children, The Nickel Boys is a devastating driven narrative that showcases the great American novelist writing at the height of his powers. So this book is not nonfiction, but is based on a real event where I believe it was in Florida. There was an old reformatory that housed predominantly people of color and boys of color for crimes, whether they had actually committed them or not. And a lot of them were considered runaways. And what they actually found is that these boys were killed during their punishments and were just buried in unmarked graves behind the reformatory. That is a real thing that happened. I think it was like early 2010s. They found this. It was at this place where they discovered just like a landfill of unmarked graves. And so this story is based off of that reformatory. And we get the story of Curtis in both the present and in the past. So you're seeing him in the 1960s in this reformatory and him having these ideals about the world not being as bad as what some people think it is. But his best friend Turner is like, you don't know how bad it is here. You haven't been here long enough to learn how bad it really is. And throughout the book, he learns how bad it really is. And you see him in the future talking about stories of things that had happened in the past and how they were able to get to escape. And there is a plot twist in this book that had me reeling. This book was so good in a very bad way. Like it was done so well, but it will hurt you. But I highly recommend it. Like one of my favorite books of the year. In case you weren't aware. Love it. But it's bad. But it's good. But it's bad. But it's good. Like, if you need content warnings for things that might happen in a reformatory against young black boys in the 1960s, you should probably look those up before you read the book, if you need them. On a happier note, we then have the Summoner series. Oh, they're right here in front of me, by Karen Mathrow. I read the first book in the series in 2023, and then read books 2, 3, and then the prequel novel in 2024. Overall, I didn't love the prequel novel quite so much, but I did give Inquisition and the Battle Mage both 4.5 stars. So this is another one where, like, the series as a whole, even the first book in the series, look, there's still a bookmark in this one. Even the first book, even though I didn't read it last year, if you haven't read the series, it is fantastic. And Mars agrees. The Novice was so good. I need to continue on with the rest of the series. Yeah. The thing with The Outcast, which was the prequel novel, that's just not as good. It's because you already know, like, what's going to happen to all the characters, because they're characters that are mentioned in this first book. But there's a romance in these 3 books between a couple of the adults. And if you want to see, like, how their romance started, then this is good for that. But otherwise, it's just, you're just reading about stuff that already happened. But the series follows our main character, Fletcher. He is the adopted son of a blacksmith, I believe. And he is very looked down upon in the community that he comes from, because he was abandoned as a baby, and also they're poor. And so there's people who are very mean to him about all of those things. And he actually gets into a fight with the son of, like, the lord of that area. They're not that high up and mighty. They're not lords, just the leader of the town or whatever. And he goes on the run, and he is discovered to have powers of a summoner, which typically only the royal families have summoner abilities, but there are some people who are not royal who do have abilities. But if you're anything like me and you went, oh, he was abandoned as a baby and only royals have summoner powers, you can probably figure out where it's going to go from there. But he gets into this academy where he learns how to use his powers. He makes friends with some other humans, but also, oh my gosh, what are they? They're not orcs. They're not goblins. They're dwarves. Dwarves and elves and other creatures, they all exist. And basically what it means to be a summoner is that you have the ability to summon a demon, sure, from another dimension, and use them to fight the orcs, who are the bad guys who are trying to take over the human, dwarf, and elven lands. And so they are sent to, if you're a summoner who's been through school, then you're part of, like, their military, and you're sent to the front lines of the orc-human war and made to fight with your demon things. And it's a time. But the whole series follows Fletcher and his friends and his demon Ignatius, who is a salamander demon who is rare and not found to be a lot in that time period. You do go into other worlds in this series, and you learn more about all of, like, the characters' backstories and the war between the very shaky peace between dwarves and elves and humans. I have the Novice. Need to give it a try sometime. I haven't read from the author before. Yeah. He also has a YA series called, I think it's, the first book is The Chosen, and then Challenger, and then The Champion, I believe, or is the order that those are in, that I bought this past year that I haven't read yet. But I love these so much. I bought the next YA series, and there's also a adult series with dragons that came out last year. So lots to read from there if you think that would be an author that you would enjoy. And then the other one on that list is The Whispering Night, which we already talked about. So that is 11 through 20. Now we're going to quickly go through 1 through 10. Again, these can have they can move around whenever, wherever. We're meant to be together. The first one we're going to talk about, because again, alphabetical by title of the book, A Dark and Secret Magic by our bestest friend Wallace Kenny. Do I need to tell you about this, guys? To tell you guys what this book is about? Do I need to tell you? I think we've talked about it enough on this channel. But we will read the inside plot. Hecate Goodwin, Kate to her friends, has curated the perfect life as a hedge witch, living in a secluded cottage with only a black cat for company. She spends her days foraging herbs from the Ipswich forest, gardening, and creating tinctures to sell at the apothecary she owns. Most evenings pass without her speaking to another human being, an arrangement she quite prefers. Feel that, Kate. Kate's solitude is thrown into disarray when her older sister Miranda reaches out and asks her to host their coven's annual Halloween gathering. The day marks the beginning of the new year for witches and is also Kate's birthday. The pressure from her coven to make the evening memorable mounts as the event draws near. To complicate things further, a handsome man from Kate's past turns up at her cottage asking for sanctuary. It is Kate's duty as a hedge witch to honor this request, much to her dismay. Matthew Cipher is no ordinary lost soul. He's a practitioner of forbidden magic who tricked Kate once before, and her guard was up. And her guard is up. Not was, is. As she juggles Matthew's arrival and the preparations for Halloween, Kate comes across an old tome shrouded in dark magic. She is horrified when she realizes the blood-red inscription is written in a familiar handwriting, her recently deceased mother's. Afraid to even touch the dark magic her mother secretly studied, Kate can turn only to Matthew for help. Her idealized memory of her mother begins to distort, and she and Matthew grow closer. Kate has to reevaluate whom she can really trust. A Dark and Secret Magic is a celebration of the Halloween season and a love letter to anyone who drinks pumpkin spice in August and carries the spirit of a witch inside their heart all year long. La, da, 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 so long of a description, but also so perfect and so wonderful. I read an earlier version of this in 2023. That year sounds right. And did I read this when we were at the cabin, or did I read it? Did I read it in 2022? I read an earlier version of this book when it was still just being written for Wallace's sister. And I loved it. Like, I stand by the fact that this is one of the best books I've ever read. It is one of the best well-written things I've ever read. It's definitely not as campy now as it was. It's still very campy, but it's not as campy as it was before, because before it wasn't intended to be marketable. It was meant to be specifically for Wallace's sister. But I loved everything about it. And the thing about this series is, or this book, the thing about this book is that it is very much a love letter to those of us who grew up in the late 90s, early 2000s, who loved like practical magic and Hocus Pocus and Halloween Town and the Covenant and all of those things. And it has all of those little like details into the book. And so like Ipswich is the name of where they're from. Ipswich is the name of the town from the Covenant. Like, we were laughing about that this past writing retreat because we all watched the Covenant together. Because I talk about it all the time, and and most of the girls hadn't seen it yet. I think Wallace and I were the only ones who had seen it, and it's a blast. So yes, one of my favorite books. Love it. Cannot recommend enough. It is blurbed by so many authors that I also like. So, I mean, Maureen Kilmer, who we've already talked about today, Sophie H. Morgan, who we haven't talked about today, but I have some of her arcs as well, so we'll be talking about her later. Yeah, love this book. Love every single solitary thing about it. If you like campy Halloween fun, cannot recommend enough. And next is Godkiller by Hannah Kaner. Okay. Again, if I read more than one book in a series, we shall talk about them both. So I read Godkiller, and I also read Sunbringer. I did not like Sunbringer as much as I like Godkiller, and that's just a me thing. Godkiller follows 4 characters. Kissen's family were killed by zealots of a fire god. Now she makes a living killing gods and enjoys it. That is until she finds a god she cannot kill. Sketty, a god of white lies, has somehow bound himself to a young noble, and they are both on the run from unknown assassins, which that would be Inara. Yep. And then, joined by a disillusioned knight on a secret quest, they must travel to the ruined city of Blanraden, where the last of the wild gods reside, to each beg a favor, and that is Elagast, is the knight. Pursued by demons and in the midst of a burgeoning civil war, they will all face a reckoning. Something is rotting in the heart of the kingdom, and only they can be the ones to stop it. I just realized that there's a pun in that. Anyway, Julie's not here, or I'd ask her if she caught that pun. Yeah, I love this series. It is the third book comes out soon. I have an arc of it. I gave Godkiller 4.75. I think I gave this a 4 or maybe a 3.75. I didn't love this one as much. But this book has all 4 of our characters together. Sketty, Elagast, Kissin, and Inara are all together in this book, and they get separated at the end of the book. And so this book doesn't have that same like found family vibe because they're not together. And I think that's what I missed from this book. It's not any less good as far as like the adventure and the writing and all that. It's just that I missed them all being together. Okay. So Inara is a young child who has Sketty, this god of white lies, attached to her. And Kissin has spent her entire, like, from the age of 8 on, killing gods, because gods are outlawed in their world. And so she is basically like an assassin of gods, and towns will hire her to come and kill them because they become very twisted. And like the more people who believe in them, the bigger they become. And so the more bigger they become, the more evil they become. And so gods are not a good thing, really. And so they are on this quest to like figure out how to separate Sketty and Inara, even though Inara's like, I actually like Sketty, like he's my friend. That's the thing. And then they're joined by Elagast, and Elagast has this mission and this backstory that is very much something that you want to learn in the moment while you're reading. I agree. Like they definitely kept it a secret in the blurb. The actual blurb, not this one that's just on the Illumicrate editions, but like the blurb for the book. It's kept a secret what Elagast is doing. And I think that was a good move because it definitely adds to the story. But they go on this journey, they go on this adventure. They're trying to hide from people because they're not necessarily supposed to be doing what they're doing. It's a whole thing. There's lots of fights and battles and all kinds of fun stuff. I love this series so far. Again, haven't read the third book yet. I love these 2 books so much. And look at how pretty they are. So, I pre-ordered the Illumicrate edition of book 3. Don't worry. There'll be a whole picture soon of Sketty. And Sketty is a fun magical creature because like sometimes he's just like the size of like a rabbit, and other times he can grow because he's the god of white lies, so like he can make himself appear bigger. We love that for him. Okay, next set of books. Next book. Let's see. That was Dark Sea Magic, Godkiller, and Deeper Waters by our friend F.T. Lukens. I was wrong. There's only 2 on this list this year. I thought there were 3, but what do I know? I didn't read these books. In Deeper Waters, Prince Tal has waited a long time for his coming of age tour, a chance to explore his family's kingdom. When his ship's crew discovers a mysterious prisoner on a derelict vessel, Tal feels an intense connection with the roguish Athlin. When Athlin leaps overboard and disappears, Tal is heartbroken. But it's not long before Athlin turns up on dry land, very much alive and as charming and secretive as ever. When Tal is kidnapped in a plot to reveal his powers and destroy his family, Athlin might be his only hope. But can Tal trust him? Again, cute boy romance. The boys don't want to be in love, but too bad. And I love that this society, Tal is worried about his powers because no one in his family has really had these powers prior to like his grandparents or his great grandparents, and that person was overthrown for being evil, and so he's worried that the powers are going to be a bad thing for him. But Athlin really is like trying to help him and also help his family continue their reign over the people who are trying to overthrow them, because they are good people. Like these royals for once are not absolute pieces of shit. They may not know everything that's going on in their kingdom, which I feel like it would be really hard in a time like this where it's not a historical setting, obviously, because it's fantastical. But it's not like there's cell phones and you know, like things that we have in modern day. It would be hard to know what was going on in all of your kingdom all the time when it was so far away, which is probably why you shouldn't conquer other nations. Just control what you can control in your general area and move on with life. But what do I know? But his family is very open. One of his siblings, I believe, did I make a list of what we've got from his family in the review? because I don't want to lie to you. That wouldn't be fun. In Deeper Waters. I didn't write. I just says that this was the most perfect queer YA romance in a fantasy world where women can rule, anyone can marry a noble, and a queer love is just as valid as any other. I was taken on a voyage and I loved every minute of it. And I did. I loved this so much. I had a great time. I love all of F.T. Lucan's YA romances. Highly recommend. Can't get enough. Please give me more. Looking for Smoke, which we talked about at length. There's a whole 15-minute video you can watch already. Next we have, hold on. This is going to take me a second, okay? As I said, we're putting all of the books that I've read in a series together. So therefore, we have all of this. We just put all of the Maspers together because who wants the entire top 10 to just be Sarah J. Maas? That would be crazy. Let me say, I never expected to like these as much as I did. Not in any world did I think that I was going to enjoy these books as much as I did, because I've read the first two books and I was like, they're okay, they're fine, like they're fine. Yeah. Yes, Nana.
But you're old.
Anywho, so we have the somewhere in here the first three books in the it is right there, right in the beginning. We have the first three books in the Court of Thorns and Roses series, but also wherever the other one is that we just talked about a little bit ago. Here she is, Miss United States, also book 4. So 4 books in the Court of Thorns and Roses. We loved these. I'm not telling you what any of these are about because you're on the internet. And then the 4 books in a novella bind up. Lord, of the Throne of Glass series. Yeah. And I'm currently doing the tandem read of Tower of Dawn and Empire of Storms. Just to vaguely give you an idea of what we're looking at here. These were rated 4.75, 4.5, 4.5, 4.25, 4.25, a 3.75, a 3.5. I think the lowest is a 3. No, 3.5, and then 2 that I didn't rate because I had read them before. Yeah. So these are not like the biggest, like highest rated books on my shelves by far. Some of them were just okay. But it is the fact that I have read 9 of these last year with a group of friends where we have like had full on hours long discussions about the series as a whole. So I've been reading these with Bethany from Beautifully Bookish Bethany, Izzy, Isabel, Alex, Imogen. I think that was 5 people. I could be wrong. Anywho, I've been reading these with a group of many of you, but 5 in particular that I'm actually on screen with. Bethany is the one who started the readathon, read along, rather. And we are reading through all of the books. I'm not finished with Throne of Glass yet. A Court of Thorns and Roses is another book coming out this year or next year, supposedly. We will be reading the rest of this, and then we still have another book in A Court of Mist and Fury, and then we will be reading Crescent City as well. So for me, it has been the fact that like these other 5 girls have all read them already and they're rereading them, and then I'm the new pair of eyeballs. I am the audience equivalent of I've never read these before. Let me ask you guys questions to say like this is a thing that happened that we read. Does this ever get explained? It does. Cool. Or it doesn't. Why not? So, there's that. But reading these with friends has been fun. And I think that is why I have liked these so much. It's fine. Which masters is like this? I haven't finished any of them yet, so I couldn't tell you. I know that there are going to be parts in the last few books because I exist on the internet, so I know things that happen that haven't happened yet. And I know there are definitely going to be parts of the Throne of Glass series that I'm going to like really love and are emotionally going to destroy me. And there have been parts in the Court of Thorns and Roses. There we go. I got there. There have already been parts that have completely destroyed me. But I can tell you my favorite character is so far. My favorite character is Manon. She's a bad bitch and we love her. Like when we were reading Throne of Glass and I reread Throne of Glass in A Court of whatever the second one. Nope. What am I saying? I have lost my mind. I reread Throne of Glass and Crown of Midnight, and then everyone told me that I just didn't read far enough because I should have read Heir of Fire. And once I had read Heir of Fire, I would be hooked. And they were right because Manon shows up and I love that bitch. So I should have read on earlier, but I didn't. And now I'm getting to read them with friends and I'm having a great time. This is like where all these all go right here, which is why the spot has been blank for months because they've just been sitting here waiting for me to film my favorites of the year video, which I have not done. Still haven't done, technically. Haven't filmed it, but we're talking about them. But now we're going to move on. I had a fun time with Throne of Glass when I read it, and I will reread. I haven't been able to get into ACOTAR, though. Maybe someday. I struggle with capital R romances, though. That's fair. Manon is the only reason I kept reading the series. I love her. I love that bitch. She is fun. And we love fun. Let's see. Next is Role Playing by Kathy Yardley, which I read during a readathon last year. Was it Amazing Readathon? I don't remember. We also love Abraxas, for sure. I don't remember. I think it was Amazing Readathon that we all read this for. I love this book. It follows Maggie, who is 48, and Otter, who is 50. And they are both part of this online role-playing game. But she thinks that he's like in his 20s, and he thinks that she's in her 80s. And they have a meet cute where they meet in person, and they're like, oh, well, this changes things. And they have a romance, and it is fantastic. And it's Grumpy Sunshine. She's the grump. He's the sunshine, which we know I love because I'm also the grump. And Otter is demisexual, which is fantastically done in this book. I am demisexual, so like reading through it, I was like, I can relate, my dude. So I had a fantastic time reading this. Highly recommend. If you pick up any adult romance next year and you like nerdy adults, read Role Playing. So good. So very, very good. Okay. Next. Another book that I have an entire video for on my channel, Tender Beasts by Lizelle Samberry. I always do release day vlogs for Lizelle's books. I don't ever make it with any of my other friends' books to have a release day vlog or vlog ever because I suck at that. But I'm 4 for 4 with Lizelle so far. So I'm just saying, I'm at least a good friend to somebody. Tender Beasts is Sunny Bear has 4 siblings, but only one who is a murderer. We love that for her. With the death of Sunny's mother, matriarch of the wealthy Bear family, Sunny's once picture perfect life is thrown into turmoil. Her mother had groomed her to be the family's next leader, so Sunny is confused when the only instruction her mother left is a mysterious note: take care of Dom. The problem is her youngest brother Dom has always been a near stranger to Sunny, and seemingly the dangerous one if found guilty for his second-degree murder charge. Still, Sunny is determined to fulfill her mother's dying wish, but when a classmate is gruesomely murdered and Sunny finds her brother with blood on his hands, her mother's simple request becomes a lot more complicated. Dom swears he's innocent, and although Sunny isn't sure she believes him, she takes it upon herself to look into the murder, a task made all the more urgent by the discovery of another body. And another. As Sunny and Dom work together to track down the culprit, Sunny realizes her other siblings have their own dark secrets. Soon she may have to choose: preserve the family she's always loved or protect the brother she barely knows, and risk losing everything her mother worked so hard to build. So this is like multi-generational issues. It has serial killer cult vibes, and we love this book. It was so good. Like, I always love Lizelle's books. I love all of like the social commentary that are in it, and it's not hit you in the face social commentary, but it's definitely there. It exists, and I love it. And it's very creepy, very spooky, very dark. It has a little bit of like a magical component to it. There is a plot twist at the end of this book that I was like, oh my gosh, I cannot believe you did that. And she was like, yeah, but you should have read the earlier version where I did worse. And I was like, girl, you did worse. So it was a great conversation. So what I always do when I read these is Lizelle always knows that I'm doing a release day vlog, and I always will let her know if she should watch it or not, because I feel like if I don't like the book, I owe it to you guys to tell you that I didn't like it. But I have friends who have requested that I not review their books if I don't like them. So, which is fair. But with Lizelle, she doesn't care I'm sure she does care if I like it or not. But basically what I'm saying is I always send her a message and it's like, hey, my review video is live. It is safe for you to watch. Like, so that she knows that I enjoyed it, and that if she wants to watch a review for her book, she can watch one, because I will at least let her know if it's safe to watch or not. Because reviews are not for authors, but also I feel like if it's safe for them, if you enjoyed it and you're talking like at length about how much you enjoyed it, then they should be able to do that. So there is a whole review for this video on my channel. You can search it, or maybe I'll have it linked down below. Maybe, if I remember to do that. We're almost done. Next is probably what would be my favorite book of the year. Honestly. If you held a gun to my head and I had to pick, it would be The Haunting of Elkwood by Gwendolyn Keast. Now, I ended up giving this it's not even rated that highly, which is funny. It is a 4.75. I have many 4.7. I have 19 books that are rated 4.75 or higher. So, when I tell you, it was a hard time to pick which books to talk about. I meant it. But this follows... I'm going to read this to you. The Velkwood vicinity is the topic of occult theorist, tabloid one-hour documentaries, and even some pseudoscientific investigations, as the block of homes disappeared behind a near impenetrable veil that only 3 survivors could enter, and only one has in the past 20 years. Until now. Talitha, not Tabitha, but Talitha. Talitha Velkwood has avoided anything to do with the tragedy that took her mother and 8-year-old sister, drifting since then from one job to another, never settling anywhere or with anyone, feeling as trapped by her past as she was still on the small town she desperately wanted to escape. When a new researcher When a new researcher tracks her down and offers to pay her to go back into the vicinity, Talitha claims she's just doing it for the money. Despite all of the crackpot theories over the years, no one has discovered what happened the night Talitha and her estranged former best friends, Brett and Grace, escaped their homes 20 years ago. Will she finally get answers, or is this just another dead end? So part of one reason why I loved this so much was because I was reading this with Julie and Amber. We did a buddy read, but we did it like on camera together. When they were sitting in the same room together, I was sitting here. But we read it together in one day. I have pages that are just, I mean, there's so much good stuff in this book. And so what would happen is typically it would be Julie or me because we read a little faster than Amber. But typically we would say like, okay, we're going to read like 3 chapters and then we'll come back to each other. And oftentimes like whoever got to the end of the chapter first was like, oh my God, I cannot fucking believe that just happened. Or like we would just literally at the end of every chapter, like something was happening that was so fucking ridiculous that it was just, there's so much like creepy vibe. So like horror, haunted, it's like haunted house vibes, but it's like a whole fucking village of haunted house. So like the girls were home from college and they left for college on Monday or Sunday night into Monday morning. And by like noon on Monday, the entire town was blocked off. Their entire cul-de-sac was blocked off. And no one, like people can see it. And like people have tried to send cameras in, but the cameras like lose battery and die once they go in. No one can get close to it other than these 3 girls. When other people try to get close to it, it really fucks with their like your body basically like tries to shut down the closer you get to it. And people have been trying to research it forever, and they're just like, they know that the girls can go back in because one of them went back in for a night years prior, like right after it first happened. She had a fiance who lived in the cul-de-sac, and so she went back in to see if she could save her, to see what had happened with her family for one, but also because her fiance was in there. And so she went in and was there for an evening and then never talked about what had happened. And she became a recluse and locked herself in a house and like refused to ever leave. And the other 2 girls, Brett and Talitha, they had somewhat kind of sort of a romance. Like they both had feelings for each other, but they never like were outwardly open about that. And they also have not talked to each other for years, though they have definitely had more communication than either of them have had with the other main character. What's her name? Grace. And so the whole book is like trying to figure out what happened to this cul-de-sac to see like how the vicinity happened, but also just like learning about all of the creepy fucking shit that's going on in there now. It was a time. Like I said, there are multiple pages that look like this. I mean, we're talking so much highlighting of me, just like so much. It was the wildest, craziest thing ever. And I had the best time. One thing that I've learned from this year is that buddy reading books is fantastic. Because again, I've been rereading, like it makes a book better. You know what I mean? Like I've read all of those Sarah J. Maas books and they would still be good, but I love them because of getting to like discuss them with my friends. And like, I loved this book so much because Julie and Amber and I had the absolute best time reading this book. It was so much fun. So much fun. We have 2 more to talk about. The first is Under This Red Rock by Minnie McGinnis. This is YA. It's creepy. It follows our main character who is afraid of caves. I don't know. Neely's monsters don't always follow her rules. So when the little girl under her bed, the man in her closet, and the dismembered voice that shadows her every move become louder, she knows she's in trouble. With a history of mental illness in her family and the suicide of her older brother heavy on her mind, Neely takes a job as a tour guide in the one place her monsters can't follow, the caverns. There she can find peace. There she can pretend to be normal. There she meets Mila. Mila is everything Neely isn't. Beautiful, strong, and confident. As the 2 become closer, Neely's innocent crush grows into something more. When a midnight staff party explodes. Now I have the hiccups. Exposes Neely to drugs, she follows Mila's lead, only to have her hallucinations escalate. When Mila is found brutally murdered in the caverns, Neely has to admit that her memories of that night are vague at best. With her monsters now out in the open and her group of reality slipping, Neely must figure out who killed Mila and face the possibility of the night. Nope, that the night. and face the possibility that it might have been her. This is very hard to read. It's very shiny and the letters are crazy. Anyway, if you like Mindy McGinnis, if you like feminine rage, if you like YA horror, this book was so good. It was very creepy. You learn throughout the book where her like monsters come from. The little girl under the bed, the man in the closet, and the dismembered voice that she hears. You kind of learn throughout the book where those monsters come from and like how they are what they are. And it is so well done. I actually have met Mindy twice for this book and for her other book, A Long Stretch of Bad Days. She came to our local indie bookstore and I went to the book release for both of these books. And because our bookstore is so small and there's not that many people there, usually what happens is the people who are there, the 2 or 3 other people that are there, like leave immediately once she's done talking, and then me and the bookseller sit down with her and continue talking about the book because we're the only ones who have read it at that point. So I talked with her a lot about this book and like about the feminine rage aspect of this book and of the others that I have read from her. And I know that she has a book coming out later this year that is a group of girls that their school won't teach sex ed, so they kind of take it upon themselves to teach sex ed. And it's like it was described as what is it, the Secret Poet Society? Is that what it's called? My brain is gone. It's been 3.5 hours. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. But that with sex ed and feminine rage. So like I said, if you like feminine rage, if you like spooky, if you like YA horror, Mindy is the queen of that with feminine rage added in. And the last book is The Outsiders by S.E. Hinton, which is a very different vibe from everything else that we've talked about. I had never read this before. This was one of the books that we read with my indie bookstores book club last year when we were reading books that you would have read in school. And I really enjoyed this. I had a really good time. I liked it a lot better than I expected to because I don't typically like classics, but this was a very good one. It follows Ponyboy. He lives in this world where there are 2 types of people. There are the Socias and the rich society kids who get away with anything. Then there are the greasers like Ponyboy who aren't so lucky. Ponyboy has a few things he can count on: his older brothers, his friends, and the trouble with the Socias, whose idea of a good time is beating up the greasers like Ponyboy. At least he knows what to expect until the night things go too far. This book was first published in 1967. The Outsiders struck an immediate chord with its readers, defying convention. The groundbreaking novel became a touchstone of honesty and excellence in its genre. Blah 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 blah. In other words, it's great and it's fantastic, and you should read it. Good morning, Elena. We've been here forever. Welcome in. I'll be reading The Outsiders later this year for the Nostalgia Train Book Club. It was so good. I definitely think you'll like it. I, again, did not expect it to like it as much as I did because I really don't like classics. But this was short. It's 156 pages. You really learn to like the characters and the found family. Like, I know Ponyboy has his 2 brothers, so like he has an actual family, but his group have their own kind of found family aspect. And there is just so many good things about this book. And on top of that, as we have said, is part of what we're doing, what buddy reading, group reading, book club books, like being able to sit down after we read this and talk with a group of people, some of whom lived through the 60s, because a lot of the people, I would say like half of the people in my book club are 50 or older, and then the other half is 50 or younger. Obviously, if half is 50 or older, the other half would be 50 or younger. It's probably like a 50-50 split, or maybe half over 40. Half over. Anyway, anywho, it's not important. But there are a lot of older people in our book club. So when we read these classics, a lot of them were alive in the time period when we were talking, that we're talking about, because a lot of them are set in like the 50s to 70s. And it was just really good, like having conversations with them about like what society was like at the time. And then what we actually read and, all those things. So Cannot recommend this highly enough if you are afraid of classics. This is a good one to start with because it's short and it's very good. And I believe that was the end of the final jam. The Outsiders Under the Circle. That was everything. Those were best books of 2024. We can move on now. We've been here forever. Okay, so the last thing we're going to do is Breeze 25 and 25. We are going to change to this one. And we're going to put 25 and 25 on the screen. And look at us go. This is Bree from Four Paws in a Book. You can see most of her name underneath of here, but some of it is blocked out by the banner, which is rude. What if we do this? Yay. Maybe this one. That's bigger. That's worse. That's way worse. Yeah. Okay. Anywho, as I said before, this is Breeze 25 and 25. I will eventually link down below the video for this where she's talking about like all of the different squares and things. So basically the easy mode is to just read anything that fits these. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. But I decided to do it a hard mode version. And why wasn't this just one of my squares on my bingo board from hell? Read the 25 and 25. I don't know, but it's neither here nor there. I decided to go a hard mode version, and I'm going to try to read this to fill this in with all arcs. I have a backlist of arcs. There be many of them. I think I have, the list will tell me. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Thanks for doing things I didn't want you to do. History, open the 8 tabs, restore window. Thank you. I have 27 arcs currently. So at this moment in time, if they all fit, I could fill this in with my arcs. Because I have a problem. So we're going to, now that we've discussed that's the plan, I am going to share my screen of the NetGalley. Share. Can I? Nope. Rude. Added so many of these to my TBR. Many aren't my usual genre, but I love that. I also love that. My NetGalley checklist is out of control. Yeah, it's not good. She's not pretty. I was wondering if I could edit this one, but let's do this. Sure. Let's not do that. This one? No. This one? Also no. This one? Also no. Anyway, let's make this bigger for one. And we will go back to back in the day. So the very first one that I have is Witches of Bonehill, which is from 2023. We're not going to talk about that. This is the oldest one I have on my list. It's by Ava Morgan, who I've read a book from in the past that I liked. And I was like, yeah, I'll absolutely read this. I have obviously not read this. But this, honestly, I don't even know what it's about, if I'm being honest. Cordelia Bones' meticulously crafted life and career in Dallas are crashing down around her thanks to a philandering husband with criminal I didn't even know this was adult. When her older carefree sister Eustace, a cannabis grower in Boulder, calls her to inform her that the great aunt they never met has died and they must travel to a small town in Connecticut to deal with the estate, she sees an opportunity to unload the house and save herself. See, I did not even know what this was about. Once there, the sisters learn they are getting much more than they bargained for. The Victorian mansion they stand to inherit is bound to a dynasty trust controlled by their late aunt's aging attorney, who insists they retain and inhabit the house, but keeps them in the dark about the peculiar rituals of their ancestors, not to mention a sexy tattooed groundskeeper with a shrouded past who refuses to leave the carriage house, and a crypt full of dead relatives looming at the property line. What? Why have I not read this? As both women grapple with their current predicament, they come face to face with a haunting familiar family secret, the truth of what happened to their mother and the enemy that's been stalking them from the shadows for generations. In a twisting torrent of terror and blood, the sisters must uncover the powers within them to heal their fractured relationship, reverse their mysterious declining health, and claim the lineage that they wanted to escape but must now embrace if they are to survive at Bone Hill. Why have I not read this? What is wrong with me? This is what happens when you don't read your arcs. 2023. I could have read this a year and a half ago. Why have I not read this? What's wrong with me? I didn't even know this was adult. I can tell you why I didn't read it, because it's St. Martin's Press. Is why I didn't read it last year. But like, come on. That is 100% going to fill in this square down here that says TBR vet. Because how else would I fill in a TBR vet with a arc than with the one that's been here since 2023? Everything else is from like September on, I think. August, September. There's one July. It's fine. It's totally fine. We have Bewitched by Sophie Morgan, which is a sequel to her other book. Oh, what's it called? Where's the romance shelf? There it is. Where are you? Oh, it's up there somewhere. Not Sarah Morgan. Oh, nope. The Witch's Back. That's what it's called. Roa's 12 unread NetGalley arcs. How many books have I reviewed on NetGalley? I have reviewed a lot. Go to me. 139. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Hello, that's my face. I've been approved for 167. I've read 139. My feedback ratio is 89%. So, but I've also been doing this for several years. So, just saying. Anywho, back to this. Back to that other page where we were just at. I was really doing good last year until the shingles hit, and then I just kind of gave up on arcs. Let's see. Anywho, it's a witchy rom-com. Perfectly Wicked by Lindsay Louise, also a witchy rom-com. I request very similar things. Charmed meets Ghost Hunters in this magically wicked paranormal romance, perfect for fans of Not the Witch You Wed and the XX, 2 books that I loved. So, obviously, we love that. The Great Dating Fake Off by Livy Hart. We talked about Livy Hart earlier today. She was in my honorable mentions for my favorite books of the years. I need a statistic of how many books Jess reads with the word witch in the title. It's a lot, girl. It's a lot. The Great Dating Fake Off is, I think it's baking over the top Italian wedding, 2 fake couples, and a million hilariously disastrous possibilities, which is what I love about Livy Hart. Like, the things that her characters go through, it makes no sense, but it's the best time. So I'm excited to get to that one. Why have I put it off? I've put all of them off. It's fun. Morbidly Yours by Ivy Fairbanks it's a TikTok sensation. An opposites attract romance dramedy about a shy, demisexual Irish mortician who must marry by his 35th birthday to keep his beloved family business, and the Texan widow escaping her past who moves in next door. Falling for the wrong person? Falling for the wrong person? Bury your feelings. I've heard good things about Morbid Leavers. I'm excited. Like, that's the thing, is like, I'm not excited to read any of these. I just haven't read them because I have to read them with my eyeballs and I can't do it. But now most of these are out, so I can actually just get the audiobooks, but that's outside of the point. The Witching Wind by Natalie Lloyd. This is a mid-grade. It is a heart-expanding adventure about the magic of family friendship and the lengths we go to for the people we love. I previously read Hummingbird by Natalie Lloyd, and I absolutely loved it. And so I am excited to get to this one as well. I had these 5 actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These 6 on my TBR for January. But if you have been here, you know that I read 2 books in January. So clearly that did not happen. The Wedding Witch by Erin Sterling. This is the 3rd book in the I think it is like the XX series. XX, The Kiss Curse. This one is a winter solstice, which means I should have read it at Christmas time, but I did not. I had intended to, but I started reading something at Christmassy time and then like just didn't read anything for 3 weeks. So I will be reading it outside of Christmas season, but that's outside of the point. Okay, what else we got? We've got Listen to Your Sister by Nina Vale, which is for fans of Jordan Peele's film Stranger Things and The Other Black Girl. Listen to Your Sister is a laugh out loud, deeply terrifying, and big-hearted speculative horror novel from electrifying debut talent Nina Vale. I love it. I want to read it. Why haven't I read it yet? Couldn't tell you. It doesn't come out until February. We're in February. It comes out in 2 days. It comes out in 2 days. So if it wasn't on your radar, it should be. The nightmare is real. I don't even remember what it's about. 25-year-old Calla Williams is struggling since becoming guardian to her brother Jamie. Calla is overwhelmed and tired of being the one who makes sacrifices to keep her family together. Girl, I hear that. Full of good-natured 16-year-old recklessness, is usually off fighting for what matters to him or getting into mischief, often at the same time. Dre, their brother, promised he would help raise Jamie, but now the ink is dry on the paperwork, and in classic middle child fashion, he's off doing his own thing, and through it all, the nightmare never stops haunting Calla, recurring images of her brothers dying that she is powerless to stop. When Jamie's actions at a protest spiral out of control, the siblings must go on the run, taking refuge in a remote cabin that looks like it belongs on a slasher movie poster rather than an Airbnb. The sisters, no, there's only one sister. The siblings now face a new threat where their lives and reality hang in the balance. Their sister always warned them about her nightmares. They really should have listened. Off to a book club live show. I'll watch the rest back later. Have a good afternoon. Thank you for all the updates. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us for 4 hours. Have fun at book club. Brewed with Love by Shelley Page is a romance, obvi. Cozy sapphic romance about a teen witch trying to keep her family's apothecary up and running with a little help from her ex-best friend and first crush. Yes, this was published in January and is on the list, and I will get to it eventually. The Woodsmoke Women's Book of Spells. I actually have the audiobook for this on Everand. By Rachel Greenlaw. Honestly, I think I requested this one at the same time I requested or I requested it before I requested A Dark and Secret Magic. I was just requesting books from Avon and Atria, and there was some other people that like had very similar books to books that are coming out that I wanted, and I hadn't read anything from them before. So I was like, if I request these books from them and I get approved for them and I read them, then maybe they'll be more likely to give me the books I actually want. Except I didn't read this one, so what good did that do me? Anywho, A magical new direction for One Christmas Morning, author Rachel Greenlaw. An evocative and mysterious story about lost love and the magic of coming home for readers of Adrienne Young and Brianne Randall. I love Adrienne Young, though I haven't really enjoyed her adult stuff yet. But yeah, that's what we got. It's a pretty cover. It's magic. It's got a book of spells on it. What's not to love? If I Dig You by Colby Wilkins is National Treasure meets Count Your Lucky Stars in this female-female adventure romance where the only thing trickier than finding gold is understanding what's in your best friend's heart. Archaeologists, pining love, what's not to love? Also, that cover is so good. Digging up the past has never been hotter is the tagline under that spider. We're here for it. Sanctum of the Soul by Kel Cade is actually the third book in a series that I have only read the first book in. It's a trilogy, so this is like the last book. Fate of the Fallen is the first one, and most of the people that I read that with in a book club hated it, and I really enjoyed it. It follows Aslo and his best friend, whom I can't remember his name, but his best friend is considered to be the chosen one, and Aslo sets out on an adventure with him to save the world, and then the chosen one is killed, and Aslo's like, well, I guess I'm just going to have to take over his chosen one position and pretend that I'm the chosen one and save the world. And some weird shit happens. So there's that. A Simple Twist of Fate by April Asher. This is the sequel to... Isn't it? No, this is a different one. This is not. Her trilogy is already finished. This is A Witch and a Shifter Get a Second Chance at Love, and this new paranormal romantic comedy from April Asher. She previously wrote... what is that series? Romance books. Where are they? Not The Wish You Wed. Not Your Crush's Cauldron. Something. Yeah. It's that author. What's next? Nobody in Particular by Sophie Gonzalez. I have read 2 or 3 books from Sophie before and enjoyed them. This is Young Royals meets The Prince and Me when a disgraced princess falls for a new student at their all-girls boarding school, but the two must hide their forbidden love at all costs. So that's what that is. The God's Time Forgot by Kelsey Sheridan Gonzalez. I'm not really sure why I requested this other than it looked interesting. Irish mythology collides with Gilded Age New York in this sweeping debut, Enemies to Lovers, historical romantasy, perfect for fans of Outlander and A Fate Inked in Blood. I don't like historical fiction, so why I decided to pick this up, couldn't tell you. That comes out in April. It probably was on somebody's most anticipated releases books, and I looked at it and thought liked it, and so it's here. I couldn't tell you. Also don't know why this one's here. The Romantic Tragedies of a Drama King. Heartstopper, maybe that's why, meets Dairy Girls in this wonderfully hilarious rom-com about finding your first love when your personality might be too big for the world around you. Okay, sure. Why not? A Killing Cold, which we've already discussed, by Kate Alice Marshall, that I have on my desk. A woman invited to her wealthy fiance's family retreat realizes they are hiding a terrible secret and that she's been there before. I have really enjoyed everything I've read by Kate Alice Marshall. I haven't loved everything, but I have enjoyed everything. I've loved most of it. Her adult stuff is more wishy-washy than her YA or mid-grade, but it exists and I like it. The Rival by Emma Lord. I don't even know what this one's about, but it's Emma Lord, and I have read all of her books and enjoyed them. Rivals to Lovers gets an academic send-up in this charming and irresistible romantic comedy from Emma Lord. New York Times bestseller, author of Tweet Cute and Begin Again. For some reason, I know the reason. I know the reason why I have 83 Wednesday book titles on here, and it's because I'm auto-approved, and they have authors that I really like, and so there is that. The Vengeful Dead by Darcy Coates. This is the fifth book in the series. We talked about the series earlier, so I'm not going to go over it again. It comes out this month. Cross My Heart by Megan Collins. This is an adult mystery thriller. Part possible murder mystery. Blah 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 blah. The author of The Family Plot brings her signature, taut, emotionally charged, and propulsive prose to a twisty novel about a heart transplant patient who becomes romantically obsessed with the donor's husband. Oh, I didn't read that. Yeah, that's interesting. I just requested it because it's Megan Collins, and I've liked all of her books that I've read. Down for that. Faithbreaker by Hannah Kaner, which we talked about earlier because God Killer was on my best books of the year list, so we don't need to talk about that. But I have that on here. And then we have Illusions of Fire by Nisha Sharma. This was sent to me by the publisher. This is not one that I requested. It was one that they emailed me and asked me if I was interested in. And I had not requested it, but I had, because I was like, I don't know. I don't typically request books that are by authors that I haven't heard of before. I try to just request books by authors that I know of and I know that I like their stuff. Because I hate DNFing arcs, but it happens quite frequently because I typically have so many of them. But they reached out to me specifically, and I had seen so many people with this on their best of the year list, or their most anticipated list rather, where they were talking about the book, and some people had already read it and really liked it. I believe Bethany was one of those. So I went ahead and accepted their "will you read this" email. So then Love at Second Sight by F.T. Lukens. Again, we love F.T. Lukens. This is a teen, has an unexpected vision about a future murder. He must juggle newfound interest from a supernatural community with trying to prevent the murder from happening in this new romantic fantasy from F.T. Lukens. I did not tell you what the Nisha Sharma one was about. I just told you that I accepted it. Why would I not tell you what it was about? Every morning, Layla Benzal wakes up before dawn, hours before her job at the family winery, and trains in hand-to-hand combat with her adopted aunts who, when not tending to their thriving vineyard, are immortal demons sworn to protect Layla's mythological bloodline. Despite the whole descendant of, I don't know how to say that word yet, Layla leads a peaceful, protected life. That is until this says, I think it's Quran. It says Karen, with an A and not an A. Listen, I don't know how to say things. The mysterious and gorgeous new archer in town tries to cut off her head. Like Layla, Quran and his family are connected to the world of gods and demons. He's on a mission to save his parents, but with him, he brings an influx of immortal beings and mortal ones, all of whom are ready to, you guessed it, destroy the world. This book, so it says she grew up inspired by pop culture touchstones like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Charmed, and Supernatural. Illusions of Fire is her homage to those works, showcasing a powerful female protagonist with tremendous responsibility and expectations, simply trying to survive while delivering elite one-liners and falling in love with the wrong person. I had heard that it was like Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Supernatural mixed together, and that was why I agreed when they emailed me about it. 8114. This is another one that they emailed me about. This one is from Clash Books. It is a terrifying horror novel investigating the mysterious death of a high school friend through an embattled podcast and hallucinatory, that's what that says, yep, hauntings at the abandoned house of his childhood. It's a horror. I heard good things about this on people's most anticipated lists, and they emailed me and asked me if I would be interested in it, and obviously there she is. Here is our second Emma Lord for this list. Emma has 2 books coming out this year. An electrifying rom-com of rivalry and redemption, perfect for fans of Emily Henry and Daisy Jones the Sixth, from New York Times bestselling author Emma Lord. This is like a rock star romance, so I don't know how I'm going to do with that, but just give it a shot. Can't hurt, right? And then the final book is one I just got the other day. I got an email for this one the other day. Roll for Romance by Lenora Woods. 2 fledgling tabletop gamers find themselves falling for each other, both in and out of their weekly D&D sessions, in this charming fantasy-tinged romance. And if you know how much we discussed earlier about how much I love role-playing, then like role-playing the book by Kathy Yardley. I'm so down. Like, I need it. I need it now. I mean, I have it now, but I also need it now, if that makes sense. So that's it. That's all of my arcs. And so, like I said, I'm going to try to fill up this bingo board. Oop. I heard about Roll for Romance. Not going to lie. I'm a little miffed that my series name has been taken. Not that I'm going to change the series name. It doesn't matter much. Nah, it doesn't. Just put whatever you want. Hi, Molly. We've been live for 4 hours and we're almost done. So you can go back and watch it in 2 times speed so you don't have to listen to me yap for 4 hours. You can just watch for 2 hours. But yeah, so I know that there are like a 2025 release, got that in ARCs, a one-word title. I don't think I've had any of those yet. Oh, no, the whatever the Hannah Kaner one is a one-word title. Involves travel. I'm sure there's some of those. I'm sure there's one with a number in the title. Cover by, I will just use that as one that has a pretty cover, you know. Seasonal. I think you're supposed to read it in the season that it's set in. So we'll see about that one. There's plenty of LGBTQ plus rap in there. I have favorite authors new releases in there. Lots of hype books. I think the color of the year is like brown, so I don't know about that one. Definitely POC authors. I don't know if there's any novellas in there, but maybe 5-star predictions, things that were comped to other things. We have those. Friend recommendations. If I figure that they're on people's anticipated lists, then that would be count, right? I don't know if there's anything over 400 pages. I know there's not any, I don't think, with a snake on the cover, but there's still time to look to see what's there. I will not request a book with a snake on the cover just because it has a snake on the cover. But if I might read just like a book that came out this year with a snake on the cover and count that. I'll need to find something that's self-published. I will special edition. I'll count anything that has a special edition. I feel like that's fair. So yeah, I think most of these are going to be attainable to do with ARCs. Some I will not be able to do with ARCs. But I think there will either be with ARCs or books from 2025 is kind of my goal for this one. So we'll see how that goes, but that is the plan. And my friends, that is the end of this 4-hour long live stream where I've done nothing but talk for 4 hours. Did you have a fun time? I never want to do this again. Not that it was bad. I had a great time hanging out with you guys and just yapping and talking about all of the things for 4 hours. It has been fun vibing with you guys. I have had fun. I just, holy cannoli, like, it's been a while. So, if nothing else, this will make me stay up to date on things so that I don't have to do this again. If it wasn't for the end of the year content, I probably wouldn't be in this position, but it's fine. So, but now I can start fresh and new with all of the new things. And we don't have to come back to this. We can just do what we do. Let's go back to our regular background. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted me. Thank you. That's my face. Okay. Anywho, that is all I have for today. Hopefully next week there will actually be videos. Lots of new books on my radar. You're very welcome. That kind of was the thing of the day, was like, how many books can I talk to you guys about in 4 hours? And I knew it was going to be 4 hours. Like, I literally was like, I'm probably going to be 4 hours. It's been 4 hours and 13 minutes. So definitely there. Anywho, I will be streaming this Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as usual for Fridays. The plan for the year so far, I intend to do every Friday except for the last weekend of the month, like the last full weekend. So like in February, I won't be sprinting on the 21st, but I will be on the 28th. And that is because I have, Neva does her 24-hour sprints are typically on the last weekend of the month. And because I'm usually doing those, I can't also then sprint for myself. So, and the times are different and things like that. So,
whatever the last full, because she does them Friday into Saturday. So whatever the last Friday, Saturday of the month is, I will not be sprinting on those. But anything that is just a regular Friday, I should be around for most of the time. Okay. I'm going to hit the button. I'm going to run away. And I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your Sunday after I take this off. Still trying to set up, I'm going to stream the Sunday night after the weekend relay is over. It's not going to overlap, but it might be streamed out. Listen, Julie and Amber used to do it. And I'm not saying that you should, but nobody would think you were weird if you did. I'm busy that weekend, so I'm actually not going to be around. So I won't be streamed out, but I also won't be here. So it's okay. Okay. Bye.